a job center. Let's clap for them, please. They are going to establish a job center for Mbarara, this region, but it will be housed by Mbarara district local government. I also appreciate our partners. You said health activity. You have supported us in very many interventions in our health centers. We thank you very much. I know Doctor has integrated some of your interventions in his presentation. They have also constructed for us some health facilities in Rubindi, Health Center 3. To many other interventions they are doing for us in the district. In the afternoon, we are going to have a presentation, short presentations of what our partners are doing. In the house, we have a representative from GROW project. Kindly stand up for recognition. Where is the representative from GROW project? She was around. She's also going to be given an opportunity to give us a brief of what GROW has done in the afternoon. Without wasting time, I am going to request our senior planner to give us another presentation on the district performance for financial year 2023-2024. Thank you, Madam.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, welcome back from your tea. I hope you had a wonderful tea. So let's compose ourselves and pay attention for the next item on the agenda. And the next item is last financial year performance. That is 23-24, the financial we've just concluded. And because of time, I'm going to try to summarize the presentation. So let's begin with the revenue budget performance for 24-23. Local revenue performed at 85%. This is an underperformance, and the major cause of this underperformance was because of the revenue from land fees that has reduced because of the city. Then the other one is this discretionary government transfer, which overperformed at 116%. This overperformance is as a result of supplementary budgets that were issued along the financial year. Because here we had an approved budget, and this column for revised budget includes the supplementary funds that later came on board, and they are the ones responsible. This underperformance is in finance and across other departments as a result of the underperformance in local revenue. So if we had received local revenue at 100%, all our departments would be at 100% performance. Then council and boards overperformed at 107%. This is because of the ex gratia and allowances that were brought later in the supplementary. Production overperformed at 144%, and this was also because of the development funds, wage and non-wage, that were not part of the original budget but were brought later. Health performed at 97%. They were also they had a supplementary of 400 million, but they still underperformed at 97% because most of the donor people did not meet their obligations. Donor funding 16%. We have 102% as wage, meaning part of this 34 million, 19.6 is wage, then 11.5 non-wage, 3.28 domestic development, and then 373.8, that is donor development. So let's go to the physical performance. They plan to cover 78 kilometers, and that's what they covered at a cost of 106.3 million. Then supply and installation of culverts on selected feeder roads. They plan to cover 11 lines, and that's what they covered. I'm requesting the people at the back, please reduce on your noise, please. Then let's go to buildings. We have maintenance of compounds. Yeah, it was done at a cost of 12.1 as planned. Maintenance of office buildings, it was done at a cost of 10.7 as planned. Transport allowance, it was covered at a cost of 6 million as planned. Okay. Then under Natural Resources Department, they had planned community training and sensitization in wetland management. They planned to do it in selected sub-counties. They intended to cover 200 community members in those trainings, but only 100 were covered. They had planned to receive 8 million, but they received only 2 million, which they used to implement. Then the other activity was riverbank and wetland restoration. They had planned to do that in Mbarara, Rubindi. They had planned to cover 100 hectares, but they only covered 80 at a cost of 4.5, which was less than what they had planned. Then they did monitoring and evaluation for environmental compliance district-wide. All environmental projects were targeted, but only 16 were done at a cost of 1.38. Forestry, they planned to maintain tree nursery beds at the district headquarters. They had 20,000 tree seedlings. They only did 4,000 at a cost of 500,000 compared to the 4.5 that was planned in the previous budget. Under provision of tree nursery inputs, which was supposed to be done at the headquarters, they had planned to procure all the tree nursery inputs, but they only procured 10 kilograms of polythene tubes. Under training of forestry management, they had planned to do that across all districts, but then nothing was done because no funds were received for that activity. Then under forests regulation, they had planned to implement it district-wide, but they still had no funds received for that activity, so they never did it. Still under coordination of the operations of the department, they planned to, they thought they would receive 2 million, but they didn't receive any money for that. Then under fiscal planning, they wanted to do fiscal planning operations district-wide, and 20 inspections were done, 4 meetings were held at a cost of 2 million as planned. Fiscal planning committee meetings were conducted, 4 were planned, they were done at a cost of 3 million. Next. The next department is water. Water had planned to rehabilitate deep hand pump boreholes in Rubaya and then Ransinga. They had targeted 3 and they achieved their target at a cost of 6 million as planned. They also had planned it for Kashale sub-county, 3, and 3 were done at a cost of 9 million as planned. They had also planned hand pump boreholes in Mbarara, 3 of them, and they were done at a cost of 6 million as compared to the 3 million planned. Then they also did in Ranyamahembe 2 at a cost of 6 million. That is an excess of 3 million from the approved plan. Then also Kagonji, they had planned to do one was done at the planned cost of 3 million. Then they had planned to also do in Rubindi, but then 3 were done, but at no cost. Then drilling and installation of boreholes. This was done in Rubaya, Charabuganda, Buchiro, Chibare, Bubare, Mugarsia, Ranyamahembe, Mishenyi, Rubindi, Ihondero, Kashare, Kanama 1, Kashare, Remba B. Yeah, at that cost, the cost is the same, 2.48 across all projects. Then the other one was construction of Chigoro, phase 2 at Chigoro, Buchiro Town Council. They planned to do they planned to do one construction, and it was done at a cost of 170 million. Then designing and documentation, it was done in Rubindi, Nyakasa, Renkamba, Chigoro, and Kachenche at a cost of 42 million. The design was presented to the Ministry of Water and Environment for approval. Under health, they planned to construct an OPD block at Wizwera Health Center 4. The target was 1, and it was done at a cost of 89.75 million. Okay. Then making good defective works and completion of unfinished works on Rubindi Health Center 3, concrete floor slab PHC transitional grant was the source of funding. It was done at a cost of 9.9 million as planned. Then construction of a walkway shed at Wizwera Health Center 4 in Wizwera Rutoma Town Council. The source of funding was PHC transitional grant. It was done at a cost of 20.9 as planned. Then they had the completion of a 3-unit staff house at Kashare Health Center 3 phase 2. PHC transitional grant was used, and it was done at a cost of 65.4 million. Then preparation and fixing of burglar-proof and solid metallic door on the main entrance of the medicine store at Kagonji Health Center 3 in Kagonji Sub-County. It was done at a cost of 1.7 million. Then conducted expanded program on immunization that focuses on vaccine-preventable diseases. It was done district-wise. And their comment is that this has been achieved due to the intensified supervision of the static and outreaches in the district. Then the other one was improving institutional deliverables, which underperformed. They had planned to do it at 89%, but they underperformed at 43% because the institutional deliverables increased from 38% in the last financial year to 43%. And 76 sections per month were conducted. Under Education Department, they planned to construct a 2-classroom block at Kashaka Primary School. It was done at a cost of 88.1 million, and it was completed, and all the defects and liabilities were done. Completion of a nursing school, phase 1, Wizwera Rutoma Town Council. They had targeted 1, and phase 1 was completed at a cost of 47.4 million, and the comment is that phase 1 was completed and all defect and at defects liability. Construction of Ranyamahembe Seed School, it was done. They had a target of 1 at a cost of 3 million, but they actually spent 3.2, and the project is still ongoing. Then completion of a 2-classroom block at Akarungu Primary School in Rubindi Town Council. It was done at a cost of 11.4 million. Then renovation of structures at selected primary schools, that is Keihiro Primary School, Chibare 1, Chenshama Primary School, Omkabare Primary School, Chakatara Primary School, Omkajera Primary School, Ramanuma Primary School, Ribare 2 Primary School, Rutoma Integrated Primary School, Rubindi Boys Primary School, Chamatembele Primary School, and Kachamba Primary School. All these were completed at a cost of 125.6 million. Then shifting of power lines of Ranyamahembe Seed School. These power lines were shifted at a cost of 50.1 million. Okay. CBS department, most of their projects were completed at 100% as planned, and this included operation of CBS department, support to PWDs, representation on women councils, support district youth councils, and then also labor disputes were settled. This 100% performance is because most of this funding is from other government transfers and not local revenue. And then they also supported children, they supported the elderly, and they also did gender mainstreaming. They also supported youth and children. They did social rehabilitation. They paid their utilities. Here there's an underperformance of 17%. They were supposed to spend 1.7, they spent 300,000. Then also utilities for production, which are paid for by CBS. They expected to spend 4.5, but spent 2.5. They also wanted to contribute to Divine Mercy, but they didn't contribute anything because of insufficient funds. They also wanted to handle gender-based violence in all lower local governments, but no support was done because of insufficient funds. Then political monitoring, it was done at 58%, which was an underperformance. Then registration of new number plates, this one was not done. Then FAL social workers, it was done at 100%. Then support to beneficiary groups under YLP and WEP. They had planned 100% target in all lower local government, but only 29.8% was done at a cost of 8.9 million. Then support to beneficiary groups under Luwero Renzori support program. It was supposed to be done in these sub-counties, but then 35.6% of it was achieved at a cost of 32.1 million, so it wasn't completed. Under administration, they planned to pay staff salaries for 12 months, and that was done. Medical expenses and welfare, it was done at 100% cost. Staff training and workshops and seminars were conducted at 100%. Court fees were paid at 100%. Support supervision of sub-county programs was done at 100%. Transfers to lower local governments was done at 100%. Electricity and water was paid. Travels and then motor vehicle maintenance was all done at 100%. If missed recurrent costs and general office operations was done at 100%. Under internal audit, they planned to pay salaries. They were paid. Procurement of stationery and computer supplies, it was done at a cost of 3 million. Audit of departments, sub-counties, town councils, health centers, tertiary institutions, primary and secondary schools, it was done, and the quarterly audit reports were produced at a cost of 18.8 million. Then registration of new number plates. Then payment of footage and allowance of welfare, it was done at a cost of 2.5. Under statutory bodies, staff salaries were paid for the 12 months. Allowances and honorary and ex gratia were all paid as planned. Workshops and seminars were held as planned and at a cost of 30 million. Books, periodicals, and newspapers were purchased at a cost of 300,000. Welfare and entertainment was done at a cost of 11.1 million. Printing and stationery, photocopying and binding was done at a cost of 4.9. Small office equipment were purchased at a cost of 200. Travel inland was done at a cost of 2 28.7 million. Then under procurement department, allowances were paid as planned. Advertising and public relations was done at a cost of 8 million. Welfare and entertainment was done as planned. Printing and stationery, photocopying and binding was done as planned. Electricity underperformed at 500,000 instead of 2 million. Travel inland was done at a cost of 2.99 as planned. Next. Then under LG recruitment services, allowances were paid. Advertisement and public relations was done as planned. Recruitment expenses were spent of 26.4 million as planned. Books and periodicals, newspapers were purchased as planned. Computer supplies and IT was done as planned. Welfare and entertainment done as planned. Printing stationery, subscriptions were all done as planned. Then telecommunication, electricity, cleaning and sanitation, travel inland were all done as planned for the 12 months. Thank you. Then under land management, allowances were paid as planned of 9.3. Welfare and entertainment was paid at 650. Printing and stationery was done at 600,000. And travel inland was done at 2.9 as planned. Then under financial accountability, what you call PAC, allowances of 6.4 was paid. Welfare and entertainment of 1.4 was paid. Printing, stationery, and photocopying was done. And telecommunications were done at the planned cost. Travel inland was also done at the planned cost of 2.69. Then fuel for chairperson was also paid of 1.5. Then under political and executive oversight, welfare and entertainment was done at 2.4. Printing and stationery was done. Telecommunications were covered. Travel inland was done at a cost of 20.3 million. Fuel for deck was facilitated at 69.3 million. Donations were done of 12.5 million. Under standing committees, allowances were paid of 93.5 million as planned. Under production department, a planned clinic was constructed at 11 million and completed. Rehabilitation of irrigation demo at Chibingo, Kagonji was done at 10 million. 2 diary demos were done at Nyabisira Town Council and Buchiro Sub-County at a cost of 11 million. Procurement of 2 motorcycles was done for headquarters staff at 25 million. Microscale irrigation systems were installed in Bubare, Ranyamahembe Town Council, Bwizwera Rutoma, Rubindi, and Kagonji. 15 were targeted and they were done at a cost of 231.4 million. Under Trade, Industry, and Local Economic Development Department, cooperative mobilization and outreach services were done as planned. Industrial development services were done, 12 of them, at a cost of 1.5. Trade and development and professional services were done at a cost of 3.1 million. Then they also did enterprise development services at a cost of 1 million. Market linkages were done of 1 million. Activity was done at 85%. Tourism development and promotional service was done. They had planned 25, they only did 18 because of the limited funding, as you can see. Then under finance and planning, they paid salaries as planned. Office operations were done at a cost of 64.1 million, which was a 95% performance. Revenue enhancement was done at 97% at a cost of 25.2 million. Budgeting and planning services were done at a cost of 4.1 million. Inspection of sub-county books of accounts and closures performed at 96% at a cost of 13 million. Preparation and submission of financial statements to our Accountant General and Auditor General was done at a cost of 15.5, which was an 83% performance. And then, under Planning Department, our salaries were paid. The budget conference was held. Generation of statistical abstract was done. Monthly internet subscription was paid. PBS budgeting and quarterly reports were done and submitted. Quarterly monitoring and mentoring were done district-wide. Project feasibility studies were done. That brings me to the end of my presentation for the last financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie, for that elaborate presentation. I take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Mr. Munanuche Venance, our district speaker. Sir, kindly stand up for recognition. Clap for him. Then, I have been requested again to recognize the principal, Gwentanga Farm Institute. Kindly stand up, sir. So, Gwentanga Farm Institute is a special institute, the only agricultural institute in our district. And we have had many skilling programs implemented by our partners, especially Avis Foundation, who have worked with this institute to skill our youth. We thank you very much for accepting to work with us as we spearhead the establishment of the College of Health Sciences. It is very important that we strengthen this institute to could even offer diplomas and degrees. So we could spearhead the growth of both institutes, one for agriculture and one for health. In this region, the nearest institute that offers diplomas is Bukarasa in Masaka. Therefore, if we had one that is offering diplomas and degrees in Mbarara, it would be a plus. I wish to recognize the presence of our Deputy Resident District Commissioner, Mr. Peter Watch Kaswabuli. Sir, I request you to stand up for recognition. So we thank you for gracing this budget conference, but also thank you for supporting us during implementation of our district activities. And I know you are representing the RDC, so today you are a full RDC, and we know you are going to give us your communication as we move on with this budget conference. Next on the item, we have this presentation has an addendum, and I am going to request Mr. Siriri
that as participants, we see what exactly we did on the ground to justify that kind of expenditure. From the old home at Kamkuzi, we want to have a view of where we are now and what we are doing in our community and where we intend to go maybe after here. So this is our current district headquarters. Have you picked? Okay. And during this budget conference, we want to pick key highlights on the achievements from the financial presentation we got. We started with the works department and the roads. We were able to achieve on a number of roads, and the condition can be verified on whether we are doing quality work on the road, on whether we put good offshoots, on whether the roads are well motorable, or in rainy times they are a problem. But we feel that we are doing our best. We sampled out key roads that the works department worked on and managed to pick these pictorials that tell us how roads are doing in Mbarara. So these are some of the works that you see in our villages there. They can be witnessed, and we are using them. From works, we also went to natural resources, and under natural resources, focus was put on restoration of River Wizi, particularly where we have sand mining, and this is the situation. So this is a situation that we must do away with to be able to restore River Wizi. We have a number of restoration efforts that have been taken. For example, restoration in Rwanyampas, and we are now seeing the vegetation coming back. So that is the environment doing a commendable job to achieve this. Okay. Natural Resources has also conducted a number of climate change trainings to bring understanding in these areas where degradation is a big challenge, so that the members can do good work to restore our environment. We have a case of restoration in here, and we have hope that it is going to be fully restored, given that these drainage channels have now been covered and closed. So we expect vegetation to regrow. We also have areas of Kashare, Nombe, where people had settled in the wetland, put some structures there, and after demolition and vacation of the wetlands, we can now see vegetation coming back. So that is a good effort. We have seen bamboo planting along River Wizi in Bubale, and community engagement and involvement in this, in Rwanyampas. So efforts have been put in place, and we need to maintain and sustain this so that these bamboo trees planted can grow and give us the effect that we want. Around here is a paradigm here, what they call the water cycle. The water cycle is something that today we all need to appreciate. I want to pause here and play a small video, and after which I will call upon the Natural Resource Officer to explain this to us, So that from where we come from, whichever river is below you, whichever swamp is below you, know how to preserve it to have the water cycle maintained. One case, you can play that short video. As the video is coming on, I want you to closely study it, look back from where we come from, and look at the water sources we have, and see, including our own riverways here, and see whether we have a calamity ahead of us in such a scenario, or we are at a better advantage. So let's watch. Many of you have watched it on social media, but let's watch it here.
What can you say about this situation? There is a devil's pool. The devil's pool. Members of parliament there. So this place is usually full. And there's nothing now. The floor is completely dry. Coming. Just showing the reality of the situation. Literally on the rocks where there's no water. For the first time ever to walk on the rocks like this. Here are the rocks of no water.
The sound has not come out well,
of the National Assembly. Clark, what can you
but
say about this?
this is the Victoria Falls.
Given the trends
of River Zambezi in Zambia,
To view the falls from the
where we
no falls,
studied
completely dry.
just below it, where we had the Kariba
Honorable Mike,
Falls Dam.
you coming from Chavuma where
So
you
where
this river there?
we have our own Falls Dam in Jinja,
There should be no Zambian
they also had that dam slightly below.
water.
And this is the scenario
Completely
they are facing now,
The river is completely dry.
where the waterfalls
How I wish
used to be
do a serious documentary.
is just as dry
Yeah, that
as you
is
can see.
It's not due to any leadership.
Can we pick a lesson
This is
from here
a natural
on
calamity.
our River Rwizi?
As you
Are
can
we
see,
any
these
better
walls, these
than
are the
them?
walls which are dry.
How can we
Yeah,
do
the
something
walls which are usually in the water,
before we get to this level?
dry.
So I want to
Members of Parliament here,
invite our district natural resource officer
Bank of Zambia people,
to share something with us
the devil's pool,
about this dangerous scenario,
completely dry.
the water cycle system, and how best as Mbarara
What can you say about this situation?
we can guard against this. I thank you.
There is a devil's pool,
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony.
members of Parliament there. So this
All protocol observed.
but there's nothing now.
I want to thank this gathering for giving me an opportunity
Just showing
to explain
the reality of the situation.
what happened to River Zambezi, which dried recently, and we can never see water there anymore. We are worried because this is in Southern Africa. Omulunyankore hariwefu mbere kugira ngo nirusiyani rwirira hihi. When this comes, I think we will start with the River Rwizi, as Bwana Sirira has said, as we go to Kagera and then River Nile. So Zambezi traverses over 6 countries: Namibia, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana, Malawi, and others. All those countries have dams on River Zambezi, the dams which provide electricity. So you can see that now, I don't know what they are using, but they do not have hydroelectricity. Even if they got water from somewhere else, you can imagine the voter in the village who has never used the tap water. He goes to the river, collects water, and uses it at home. So what is happening to such a person now? Majority of us, if River Rwizi dries, we can benefit from River Kagera. Most of us who are in this hall. But what about those other people whom we claim to be delivering services to? Can I have the water cycle so that I show how this happens? This is a cause of 100% climate change, which is, in science they call it anthropogenic, meaning that it is caused by human beings. So can I see the human-based causes of climate change? Anthropogenic. Meanwhile, as it is coming, water, as everybody knows, is matter. And by laws of science, matter is neither created or destroyed. So you cannot destroy water. But the absence of water in River Zambezi means that water is somewhere and is not returning at the right time. And that is the movement of water in the natural system is what we call the water cycle. So it would mean that water at one time is in the form of ice, at another time it is in the form of vapor, at another time it is in the form of liquid. So if it is vapor, then we see that vapor going into atmosphere. And when it cools, it is supposed to come back as rain. And when it comes back as rain, it is supposed to go into the soil. The rivers and the lakes do not receive water passing on surface. The water recharge is from the soil. So, how does water enter into the soil? The growth of trees. When trees are growing, the roots will crack the ground. And once the ground is cracked, space is going to be created where water is going to go through into the soil. It collects, it seeps slowly, and then it goes into the river. If this tree dies, the roots will rot. Once they rot, they create tunnels for rainwater. So, rainwater is not supposed to go to a river or a lake without going through the soil. Once it goes on the surface without going through the soil, then the cycle is tampered with. So that is what went wrong. What went wrong is that the water cycle was tampered with by human activity, and all of us know that at creation time, trees were more than animals, or vegetation was much more than animals. Today it is the reverse. When I talk of animals, I mean myself as well. Mr. Chairman of the session, I want to ask this conference to send this diagram and the video to the contacts of all the participants of this conference so that you reflect on it and know what is going to be before us as soon as nature requires, if we do not reverse the trend. I thank you very much.
Kare, ebya budget conference nabyo twayegeramu ebindi. Kandi thank you very much, Bwana Bat, for that insight. We can learn a leaf and then save our river and other catchment areas. Let's proceed. From there, we continue with water, and Joseph is here. He has done a commendable work. When we are looking at the financial performance, all the water sources that were planned were implemented. Among them are the solar power systems, and we have enough of them. We have the boreholes, though they need live enclosure protection. Okay. Next, you can maybe look at how to improve on the enclosure, but the facility is okay. We have the boreholes. That is the Chigoro. So we talked about the Chigoro solar power system, and it is there. So people in our communities should be able to harness water. Already for this financial year, siting and drilling is already ongoing, and therefore projects for this financial year are also going to be implemented. Those are already approved, and works is already ongoing. We proceed to Health Department. Under Health, we had a number of projects that have been accomplished. One of them was the construction of maternity, of the OPD block, minor theater, and emergency room at Vizwera Health Center 4. Those of you who have passed there, we are doing very well there. We have constructed a 3-in-1 staff house, the toilet at Kashare Health Center 3. We have constructed maternity ward at Rubin. It is nearing its completion. It is still ongoing. We have under the URMCHC CHIP project achieved the maternity ward and OPD at Kagonji. Still under the same project, under Bugare Health Center 3. And you can see we are also working on a staff house at Rubind Health Center 3. This is still under construction. So this is for this financial year, but all in all, you can see that the finances we are talking about have really been put to use, and on such a day, you credit yourselves and say, yes, this is what we did. And education, you had the budget for Wanyamahembe Seed School, which is under construction. There are many structures there at the Seed School. We had a variation for the retaining wall because of the height of the wall, and it is also being completed. So there is good progress at the Seed School. We also constructed a 2-classroom block at Kashaka Primary School, which is also completed. We have been having our nursing school at Bizwera. So the small block is there, plus a toilet. And this financial year, we are embarking, we have done the designs for the 3-classroom block at the nursing school. And we hope we are going to do this very financial year. There are also rehabilitation of schools, and a number of them have been rehabilitated so far, about 12, though I did not pick the peaks. Under administration, you know the war has been go to Bizwera, leave Mbarara stay, go to Bizwera, leave, and we have been saying, where do we go? Where do we go? So administration is not seated. We developed a master plan on how land at Bizwera should be utilized. So all facilities are provided for. The administration block, the police, the water, the hospital, the zoo, the nursing school, all projects that are supposed to take place at Bizwera are already under our master plan. After the master plan, we have also developed designs for the district administration block, and we are ready this financial year to start on the construction. Bwana Chairman, Bwana Kao, you are our witnesses that we have received some small funds to kickstart this project. And anytime it is starting. So this is our main administration block at Mbarara. Abakugira ngutora rukeka mukuzintuzahi mutakagira ubwoba twaza kutandika Nyaruju nimuza kushitamaje kandi mweshanze umukayanyu. So it will be as good as this one. It is a 4-wing block. Wachirebera higuru nkenyonyere kugenda. You can see the 4 wings which will be able to handle our respective departments accordingly. Wale torguibanda, this will be the back view. The same. And we've also put a provision for parking on the side. Okay, side town council. So administration is also pushing for that. And we are blessed through our leadership that we will really move forward. Under production, we saw the budget for irrigation, small scale irrigation, and we got information that 15 beneficiaries received support last financial year. And these are some of the field observations. Oh dear. So, those who have been to the field, you can tell that under small scale irrigation, we have basically 2 technologies. One is what they call the hose pipe, where you have water connected and using a long pipe with a hose, you are able to water your ground. So we have farmers who have this technology, and we have farmers who have this technology. I don't know whether you can view the sprinkler, but we have 2 technologies, a hose pipe, which is this one, and then the sprinkler, which also is in place. Those are some of the connections. Those are some of the solar panels they do during the installations. Some field monitoring. Because it is solar based, you have every project having a solar panel there, and the water pump, which helps to pump and distribute the water. As part of preservation, the program has provisions for water storage. So each farmer was getting a 5,000 liter tank, but those who could top up could even get a 10,000 liter tank. And this helps to have enough storage of the water so that irrigation can proceed. Under crop, we have some key farmers that have really taken on coffee seriously, and they need water. As you can see, this farmer in Rubaya has about 83 acres of coffee. But despite the water dam down, the water up is still small, because you can see some of the trees withering or trying to dry up. So as our farmers take on these projects, we need to be on their side, give them adequate technical guidance so that they don't lose investments in these projects. Then under crop still, under pests and disease control, this was in Mbarara. Abinji mware bere mitumba, neyomendere neyiragura ebitookye ahaiguru. So this was a training and a demonstration on how to manage this disease in banana. Under steel crop, a number of clinic sessions have taken place. As you can see, in Mbarara is an integration of agriculture officers, students, and trying to learn more about crop and pest disease surveillance so that our farmers are properly guided. The department has also gone further to provide some pesticides to farmers so that their crops can survive. This year, under fishing, we did a benchmarking exercise in Rubirizi to see how best fishing can be improved in Mbarara. We have a few dams like Mbarara Dam where there is already some fishing. So there is a need to explore knowledge on how best we can improve on our farming in Mbarara. Casey, can you scroll for me? Okay. Culturing, these are fishing practices which was done at this farm of Mr. Mugumelev in Kagonji. And then we have lava production still in Kagonji. All these efforts are geared towards improving fish farming in Mbarara. So I come to the end of an overview of the key physical achievements as per the financial performance that we have so far managed to pick in Mbarara. This list is not exhaustive, but we tried to pick out key projects that we undertook. I thank you very much.
We can thank our co-chair once again by a clap of hands. We are not doing well in terms of time because we lost 2 hours in the morning. So our next presenters, I'm requesting that you shorten your presentation. We have discussed very many things. So where there is a repetition, you could skip some of the issues that you think have been already mentioned. So let me take this opportunity to invite our district population officer, Mr. Cyril Mujuni, to come forward. Mr. Mujuni Keith, to come forward and give us a presentation on the district Q1 2024-2025 performance. Thank you very much. You are welcome. Our partners who came, who were delayed to come for this conference, we had recognized your presence. We thank you very much for what you are doing in Mbarara. The few partners we have invited, we have selected you out of many to represent the many other partners that have not come here, because we have more than 40 partners in the district. So we thank you very much for coming to represent your colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Session Chair. To again introduce myself, my name is Keith Mujuni, who is a district population officer. The word district is not there, it's just population officer. Yeah. I will take us through the performance for the first quarter, and it will be an addition of what the senior planner did. What the senior planner did and what the senior IT officer has just done, so it will be an addition of that. We'll straight away get to our copies of the BFP and get to page 33. I'll start from there. The order of these presentations is in clusters, but I will not be reading clusters. I will just go to departments as they are. We'll begin with the district performance for financial year 2024-25 first quarter performance. We majorly focus on the physical performance highlights, though some departments don't have those. They have things that they use to operate offices. We get to works. The activities at the district engineer's office operations, it's been done at the cost of 4.4 million shillings, and mainly it works on stationary electricity, water, and travel. Road committee operations through the district headquarters at the cost of 1.9 million shillings, and it's been done. A meeting has been held. Maintenance of road units, plants, and vehicles. There is none that has been done. When you get to the line of actual, it says 12. No, there's nothing that has been done there. Routine manual maintenance of feeder roads, 3 months, and the target is 217 kilometers. Mechanized routine maintenance of selected feeder roads. The budget there is 172 million shillings, but nothing has been done according to what we have here. When you get to buildings, page 34 still. Maintenance of compounds, maintenance of office buildings, and transport allowances. All these have been done at a total of 5.4 million shillings. The challenges that Works has faced as a department is on funding of road works, breakdown of the only one working motor grader. It halted road works. The breakdown of the supervision vehicle hinders timely supervision of works. Delay of repairing district road equipment by regional mechanical workshop. Loaded Sinotracs, which break the culverts that are at a tune of 1.338 million shillings for the last item. Forestry, there is tree nursery maintenance through the whole district, and it's at the district headquarters. Only forestry regeneration and inspection. Forestry regeneration and inspection. This is through the district in all sub-counties. The budget was 1 million for each, and nothing has been done because there is no money that has been received in this quarter. Natural Resources Office coordination and operation, 2 million shillings was budgeted for. In this quarter, there is nothing that has been received. It's coordination for the whole office for the whole year. Let me get to water. Page 38. Water for these projects, rehabilitation of deep hand pump boreholes. The location of these is Rubindi, Kashare, Bubare, and Rwanyamahembe. These 4 have not yet been done in this quarter, and the comment is that they are under procurement process and agreement signing. The next activity, construction of Kanyijiri solar powered in Buchiro sub-county. The budget is 385 million shillings and it's not yet been done in this first quarter. It's also under procurement. Drilling and installation of hand pump boreholes in Rubaya, Kashare, Mchune, Rwamukondo, Rwanyamahembe, Nyampiche, Bubare, Nkaka. This has also not been done, but the cost is there, and the reason is because it's under procurement process and then signing of agreement. I will go to the challenges that have been in water are land encumbrances during construction and siting. Example is Uvari. Low community participation during mobilization of user fee and contribution towards construction. And then lastly, encroachment of water catchment basins, especially swamps in Kagonji and Rubindi. Let me take us to health. The health projects that have been done or what they've achieved in this first quarter. Construction of a twin staff house, 2 stands lined VIP latrine, and remodeling and expansion of the OPD Health Center 3. It is in the Ruhumba Town Council. The budget is 449 million shillings. And then the works are going on. The UPDF Engineering Brigade is on site right now. Construction of OPD block in Mbarara at Health Center 2, phase 1. This is in Rwanyamahembe Town Council. The plan budget is 50 million shillings, and it is still under procurement process to be funded under the PHC transition grant. Ministry of Health guided that resources should not be scattered. Expansion and renovation of Sirira OPD block. That's in what we have for the first quarter. Construction of a retaining wall at Mahembe Seed School. This is also in Rwanyamahembe Town Council, and it is nearing completion. It is at 85% completion. The works are still going on and payment is in process. Renovation of structures at selected primary schools. Rubingo 1, Rubingo, Nyanja, Akashanda, Nyarubungo, Bwizwera Town School, Rwishamiro, Muko 1, Mishenyi, Buhumuro, St. Simon Koga, Katoma, Kasichizi, Rwamuhiji, Akarungu, Nyamiro, Rubindi Girls, Rwamukondo, Rwibare 1, St. Mary's, Rwibare, Akabare, Rugara, Nchune, Katajenjera, Nyaminyobwa, Kagonji, Nyakabwera, Chibingo 3, Kaguhanzia, Bunenero, Rubaya, Ruburara, Nyantungu, Rugaramatu. The target is 33. Currently, the works are still going on, with 11 as achieved. And at the budget of 365.6 million shillings. Consultancy services for preparation of detailed site layout plans, site mastery, architecture designs, structure designs, bills of quantities, and so on, as we read there. That is in Bwizwera Rutoma Town Council. It is not yet achieved. It is still under procurement process. The construction of a 3-classroom block for Mbarara College of Nursing and Midwifery, Phase 1 in Bwizwera Rutoma Town Council. The budget was 100 million, and this is still under procurement. The challenges in health is that they have inadequate funds. They've had challenge of inadequate funds for SFG. Approved funds don't meet targets for 5 years development plan. Projects planned for in the previous 5 years were done at only 50%. And the last challenge for education is that some contractors do not stick to their bills of quantities or specifications of and work schedules as planned, as this delays completion of works and projects. For example, the delayed completion of a classroom block at Akarungu Primary School. The recommendations are right there. We could go through them. Community-based services. CBS. The core activities, we have operation of community-based services department, support supervision of staff and wages and salaries, staff welfare. We have adult learning, gender mainstreaming, child and youth services, support the district youth council, work-based inspection, support to disabled and elderly, representation on women councils, social rehabilitation services, YLP and Ruero Rwenzori support program. All these were budgeted for at 270 million shillings. Right now in the first quarter, what's been spent and what's been achieved for some of them, they've spent 25.8 million shillings. They've had challenges of capacity gaps in mainstreaming social protection issues in other sectors, inadequate funding, which is a common challenge to many departments, lack of appropriate means of transport for community development officer, probation officers, and labor officer, of limited awareness about human rights for the most vulnerable, limited engagement of vulnerable groups in development programs. Those are the challenges. The recommendations are right there on the right. Administration. The main things that have been done for administration in this quarter are the administration block in Bwizwera Rutoma Town Council, and this is procurement has started already, and UPDF Construction firm has already sent quotations for phase 1 at 1.4 billion shillings. Transfer to lower local governments, payment of salaries, pensions and gratuity, electricity and water, supervision of sub-county program activities. The costs and the actuals for this are right there in the table. I'll just get to their challenges briefly. Inadequate office furniture is one of the biggest challenges for administration. Understaffing, inadequate office space, absence of revenue, ordinance, and poor sanitation in the staff quarters. Statutory bodies. I'll begin with the Local Government Council Administration Services. The activities or the core activities of the projects that have been done, we have staff salaries, allowances in brackets honoraria or ex gratia, workshops and seminars, books, periodicals and newspapers, welfare and entertainment, printing, stationery, photocopying and binding, small office equipment, travel inland, telecommunications. This was budgeted for at 124 million shillings, but in this quarter, 68.3 million shillings has been spent. The status of each is at the extreme end of the table. I'll then go to the procurement management services, PDU. Allowances, advertising and public relations, welfare and entertainment, printing, stationery, photocopying and binding, and travel inland. All these were budgeted for at 4.8 million shillings, and 2.3 has been spent for this quarter. The status of these activities is at the extreme end of the table. Still under statutory bodies, we have the local government staff recruitment services. This has been for quarter one. Allowances, advertising and public relations, recruitment expenses, books, periodicals and newspapers, computer supplies and information technology, IT, welfare and entertainment, printing, stationery, photocopying and binding, subscriptions, telecommunication, electricity, cleaning and sanitation, travel inland. All these were budgeted for at 19.5 million shillings as a budget. And the status of their completion is at the extreme end, but 18.9 has been received and spent for the previous quarter. Land management services. Allowances, welfare and entertainment, printing, stationery, photocopying and binding, travel inland. The budget of these was 5.28 million shillings. 4.3 has been received, and that's what has been spent. Local government financial accountability. Allowances, welfare and entertainment, printing, stationery, photocopying and binding, telecommunications, travel inland. The total of this budgeted for was 9.3 million shillings, and 8.1 million shillings has been spent in quarter one. Local government political and executive oversight. Welfare and entertainment, telecommunications, travel inland, donations, DEC, District Executive Committee, fuel. The status of completion is at the extreme end, but 31.3 million shillings was budgeted for, and 22 has been spent in the first quarter. We have standing committee services. There is only one activity there, which is allowances. Budgeted for 23.1 million shillings, and 12.4 million shillings have been spent. We get again to the challenges that have been there in the statutory bodies. Underfunding for statutory bodies' activities. They asked that the funds could be increased for the activities. Lack of computers and printers. The department lacks a vehicle. Inadequate office furniture, inadequate office space, especially for District Service Commission. We will get to production department. In production department for this quarter, 4 things have been seen. Construction of 2 slaughter slabs in Chenshama Town Council and Kashare Sub-County. The locations are there. Nyabisirira, Ochenshama, and Kashare. It's under procurement. That's the comment that is there. Aquaculture demonstration inputs. That's for Buchiro Sub-County. It is not yet done, and it is still under procurement also. Soil testing kits and chemicals. This is at the district headquarters. The target is 11. It is not yet done. It is still under procurement, and the budget is 7.2 million shillings. Micro-scale irrigation systems in Bubare, Rwanyamahembe Town Council, Wizwera Rutoma Town Council, Rubindi Sub-County, and Kagonji Sub-County. The target is 15. It has not yet been done because it is still under procurement, and the budget for this is 258.8 million shillings. They've faced challenges of inadequate funds also for the projects like irrigation, delayed procurement process, theft of irrigation equipment. That's something important to note. I'll get to trade. Cooperative mobilization and outreach services, industrial development services, trade development and promotional services, enterprise development services, market linkages services, tourism production development, tourism enterprise support. The targets are right there, and these were supposed to be in the whole district, the entire district, all of them. The targets are there and what's been achieved. And the status of completion is also at the extreme end in the last column. I'll just get through the 4 challenges that they have, which are limited funds, cross-cutting challenge, local revenue, which is usually planned, does not actually come. Lack of transport means for the department, and then late releases of the monies that even are supposed to be used by the department. I'll go to finance, second last, finance department. Payment of salaries to all staff by the 28th of every month on IFMS system. And all the planned salaries and deductions for the quarter were paid. Facilitation to handle issues of budgeting and accounting, asset management staff, asset management, staff tea, refreshments, attending workshops to enhance staff financial skills, procurement of fuel to carry on monitoring of local revenue, performance and accounting services, paying for subscription. This is through the whole district, the entire district, on the budget of 81.3 million shillings. 13 million shillings has been spent for this first quarter. All quarterly planned activities have been implemented, including monitoring key department activities. Still under finance, revenue management and collection through improving market structures, identifying other sources of revenue, and updating and introducing a new local revenue electronic system to help in assessment of and collection, purchase of a laptop computer to help in the electronic revenue administration. In the first quarter, the district has completed key activities to improve local revenue, including holding sensitization meetings, training of key staff on upgrade of the system, and the district is key to start new revenues, including collection of ground rent to persons with leasehold titles. Budgeting and planning services under finance, that's through the whole district, and the budget process has just started, thus this will be implemented. On the budget of 4.2 million shillings, only 315,000 shillings has been spent in the first quarter. Expenditure management services through monitoring of sub-counties to inspect books of accounts and closures. This is through the district on the tune of 17.4 million shillings. 6 million shillings has been spent in the first quarter, and support supervision of monitoring for both technical and finance committee on the operation of lower local governments has been carried out in this first quarter. As we finish up with finance, the last activity has been in this quarter, accounting services through preparation and submission of financial statements, that's full year, half year accounts, and 9 months to accountant general and auditor general within the set time frames, and also respond to issues raised by the auditor general. This has been, most of the planned activities have been carried out, including preparation of annual financial statements and board of survey for the financial year 23-24. In finance, the total budget was 360 million shillings. For this quarter, only 78.8 million shillings has been realized and spent. I'll get to the challenges as I finish. The challenges of finance department: limited funding to carry out most activities, especially in revenue mobilization. Lack of transport equipment for finance to use in revenue mobilization and collection, and more so monitoring the projects. Second last, delayed adaptability of taxpayers and key staff about the integrated revenue administration system, that's IRAS usage. And lastly, it's sensitization of taxpayers to maximum level. This is what we had as a physical performance for the first quarter of this financial year. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mujuni. I'm requesting you to give him another hand clap. The driver for TVS motorcycle UFU 045P, please go to the registration table. They want to give you some message about your motorcycle. Members, I want to thank you for the patience, and I hope you are taking note of the salient issues that are being raised. We are going to have a plenary session at the end of the presentations. So you keep taking note. We are going to give you an opportunity to air out your views. Going forward, I wish to hand over to the second chair, Mr. Adam Zebwisho, our district commercial officer, to take over and take us through the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Adam Zogwisho, and I'm the district commercial officer. I'll be taking us through, I'll be chairing this session, and as far as time management is concerned, we are really behind the schedule. So before I invite the next presenters, I must emphasize the issue of time management because it is very, very paramount. So the next to come on board will be the district engineer who is going to take us on the 3 programs, that is integrated transport infrastructure, innovation, technology and development and transfer, mineral-based industrialization, including petroleum development. So let me take this opportunity to invite the district engineer, and you have only 15 minutes. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the chair. Because I can see a lot has been talked by the speakers who spoke before me. As per the program, we have works which were done in the last financial year. Is it, Mr. Kais? Oh, thank you so much, Keith. So I will only talk about the priorities of next financial year 25-26. We shall do grading and spot improvement of Rubindi Buchuro, Rubale, Rubindi, 19.3 kilometers. That one is found in Buchuro Town Council, Rubindi Sub-County, and Rubindi Town Council at 180 million. We shall also do spot gravering and grading of Rubindi Chandahi, Kagonji 13.5 at a cost of 180 million.
Excuse me, members, there are some people making noise behind there. I request that we pay attention, and I'm sure engineer will take us very, very quickly, and we finish early enough. Let's pay some attention, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. We shall also do Mairo 22, Rubale, Nyamero 15 kilometers at 140 million. We shall also do spot improvement of Buzoba Rwamanuma 5.5 at 40 million. And Ruizi Rinjiro, Buzoba 4.5 at 80. Ruhumba Bwengule at 100 million. Charusanze Nsika Road at 50 million. Then Rubindi Kashare at 60. Chibega Jakatoche at 50 million. Then we shall also do mechanical repairs and the other office operations. So I think next is natural resources. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ghana Engineer, and for being very, very brief. The next presenter, please, be like engineer, and it is none other than the natural resources. Bwana Erda Bagambe, please join us. Oh, yeah, it's Joseph. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Session Chair, the District Chairperson, protocol observed. I'm called Mr. Joseph, the Senior Environment Officer, and Bart John is my boss, Natural Resources Officer. So I'm privileged to present the budget framework paper for natural resources on behalf of the department. Under natural resources, the activities we are projected to perform in the fiscal year 25-26 include restoration of wetlands. Actually, many of our activities under environment are always the same, but they are actually different in locations. So we are going to conduct restoration of the river banks at a cost of 7 million. We are going to conduct compliance monitoring and enforcement of the degraded wetland systems, and also issue improvement notices to the degraders, and this will be at a cost of 4.3 million. We are also going to conduct community-based wetland action plans, and we are targeting to develop 3 community action plans at a cost of 3 million. Next. We are going to conduct routine environmental compliance monitoring and enforcement. This time we are going to target with gold mining and uranium and sand mining as well in those sub-counties which are indicated there, and the cost will be 5 million. Under forestry, we are going to purchase 3 nursery implements at a cost of 2.5. We are going to establish a new nursery, a new 3 nursery bed of chrono tree at a cost of 20 million. These trees are so expensive, and we intend to have a nursery. We are going to have programs of tree planting and afforestation, a massive project of 10 million. We are going to conduct inspections and monitoring of forest activities at a cost of 4 million. Under physical planning, we intend to help. The building committee operations will be undertaken at the cost of 5 million. Then also, we shall have building committee meetings where we are targeting 4 meetings at 3 million. Then there will be also the development of physical development plans for the upcoming urban centers at a cost of 20 million. Then we shall also be having 4 meetings for physical planning committees as required by law at a cost of 3 million. Under land section, the office operations will be at 2 million, conducting surveying of district land at a cost of 2 million, utilities at 1 million. Then the section will also undertake inventory and data collection on district leasehold land. This is going to help the policy makers in making their decisions on how best they can deal with the leased land for the district, and that will be at a cost of 10 million. Then titling of land, we are targeting to have one title at a cost of 3 million. We are going to have monitoring of all natural resources activities by the sector committee members of natural resources, and the cost, actually, I will, Keith, I think the cost is going to change a little bit. It is going to be 3.7 million because we are targeting to have 2 monitoring meetings for our sector committee. Inspections of all district and lower local governments will be undertaken at a cost of 2 million. When you look at these other activities, where it includes internet, electricity bills, staff fee, as you can see on the projector, our total projection, our total budget for local revenue, conditional grant, and even unconditional grant is totaling to 101,737,800. Under water department, we have staff salaries, as you can see. We have conduct stakeholder coordination meetings at a cost of 2.4 million. We have intra-district meetings, and this one is going to be at a cost of 2.5. We also have O&M for motorcycles at 4 million. Consultations and work plans and quarterly report submission at 3.3 million. Then also servicing computers at 4 million. Then general administrative costs will be at 2.4 million. When it comes to advocacy meetings, we are going to, the meetings that will be conducted will cost 6.1 million. We have sensitization meetings for the communities under the critical requirements, where the sub-counties of Ruanyamahembe, Mbarara, and Kashare, who are the benefiting institutions, will be sensitized, and the cost will be at 2 million. Establishment of water user committees will cost 2 million. Training of water user committees, again, will cost 2 million. Sanitation baseline survey, that one will cost 1 million. Post-construction support, that one will cost 2 million. While HIV mainstreaming will also take 2 million. We have launching and commissioning of these projects, and the cost is 2 million. Water and sanitation events, especially the World Water Day, that one will cost 3 million. The issue of environmental impact assessment and social safeguards, that one will cost 3 million. 4 million. Then construction supervision during construction and after will cost 8 million. Then we have the water bills, we have the We have the drilling and the installation of deep hand pump boreholes. This one is going to cost 175 million, where we shall have Wanyamahembe, Kashare, Rubaya, and Ubare benefiting. Then the other activity is the siting and supervision of hand pump boreholes, and the cost is 21 million. The other activity is water quality testing for new water sources, and the cost is 4 million. We have monitoring visits by technical and even the sector committee at a cost of 21 million. Construction and extension of Kanyijir solar powered water supply system phase 2 is going to cost 260 million. We also have the design and the documentation of Kachere solar powered water supply system that is going to help the Wanyamahembe City School in obtaining water, and this one is going to cost 25 million. Then there is also construction of Kachere solar powered water supply. I think this is another phase where it is going to cost 215 million. Then the environmental impact assessment for the above projects which I have mentioned is going to cost 18 million. I think that's all for natural sources. Mr. Assistant Chair, I beg to stop here. I thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Joseph, and for keeping time. You are able to do it in 15 minutes I gave you. So, next will be the DHO, and after the DHO we'll be going for Orange. So let's be warming. Don't be there thinking that we don't have that in our arrangement. Thank you, DHO. You have 10 minutes, and you know what it means by being between lunchtime.
10 minutes. Thank you so much, MC. Allow me right on the current protocol. But before I read what is already there, we all have this. Let me do a pitch on two issues. Number one, the accounting officer in his speech talked about the older persons and the elderly persons in this country and in this district. I just want to remind the House that our life expectancy now is 68.6 years. 68.6. That means we are living longer. And 5% of the 46 million Ugandans, in the next 5 years, many of us in this room will be 60 and plus. Ladies and gentlemen, 72% of all the older persons in this country are surviving on subsistence farming. Those are critical statistics. You must and we must carefully plan and think about the life of an older person, because you are getting there. If you are comfortable where you are, make sure you'll be comfortable at 60 and above. The second pitch I want to make is about the district chairperson. He made a recommendation, and he said, DHO, please, let us have HIV self-testing. I wish we had had a discussion earlier. The science of HIV self-testing cannot be compared to the condoms. And so, the OraQuick we use for HIV self-testing is one, a very expensive test, but it is a screening tool. And so, we cannot roll out in the same way we roll out condoms. We have done studies as a ministry to understand the functionality, and all those trials have ended up showing that rolling is from the people testing. Even those who have tested, when they come back to the health facilities, they don't tell us that we have used OraQuick to test. but they come and tell us we want to test, and so we accredit their courage to test to a high suspicion index. And so we will rethink and consider what we want to do as a Department of Health. There are so many things we want to do. And the backbone of what we want to do is health promotion, and we are going to use PHC, non-wage, to do that, but only do one project. And that will be phase 2, construction of the OPD block in Mbarara. The other projects that have been mentioned, we envisage to finish them in this current financial year. The rest of the things we want to do are the recurrent service delivery, engagement and involvement, sanitation activities at the health, at the community level. We are going to focus on based interventions, all geared at health promotion and disease prevention. I want to thank you very much, MC. Thank you so much.
As quick as that. Thank you, Doctor. I was projecting that you are going to use over 10 minutes, but you challenged us. Yes, he's saying everything is very clear, written down there. So, Wanaparana, can we, is our ranch ready or? DHO, I'm told that the program is not complete. Yes. So you can, exactly, you can proceed.
Human capital development includes education, so we are social services. It's all about the education bit. For education, yes, we have set out to do the following. We are going to construct staff houses in Buchiro sub-county, Kagonji sub-county, Buchiro and Kagonji sub-county, and then we'll do the monitoring. The monies are, as you see, and they all come from SFG grant. There's and we are going to handle and take care of the SGBV cases in the district from the community point of view. Thank you. So, sexual gender-based violence, we are going to do that, and we will be working in all the communities. We are going to do that, and we will be working in all the communities. And our target is to see that gender-based violence, reduces. Especially, the focus is going to be on men. Men in this house, please. Payment of staff salaries, that one is obvious, we shall do that. The monies are at the extreme end. Please look at the monies. But also, I am confident that every person in this house is able to read and write, and we have made sure, unless if there's somebody without this document, but I would encourage you to follow as we read. We are going to conduct work-based inspections in lower local governments, and we shall use a total of 1.2 million. All we want to do is to empower our lower local governments. Next, we shall conduct community and family sensitization meetings focusing on HIV, and we shall use a budget of 2.8. Dissemination and rollout of integrated community learning for wealth creation At least Afande Kalogo is here, should be very interested in this. And we shall use a budget of 4 million, facilitate community development workers for monitoring, evaluation, and supervision of all women and youth projects. And we are going to use a budget of 2 million. We shall conduct inspections of workplaces, and we are interested in gender and equity compliance. And this is very important for all of us. We shall use a budget of 5.6 million. There will be transfers equaling to 30 million for the YLP. I say it in full. We shall identify and appraise, mentor, coach, and coordinate beneficiary groups under the Ruwero Renzori support programs. Our budget is 52.5 million. Now, that is our community-based department. Administration, I will not go there because all the administrators are here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You know, we are in a program-based budgeting. So in program-based budgeting, we budget according to the program, not the department. That's why, and each program has a program manager. That's why you see Doctor now fidgeting with community mobilization, with education, because he's a program manager for this program, which is called Human Capital Development. And Natural Resources was also taking his programs that, as you can see, on top there. Now we need to confirm from the planner if our ranch is ready. I think it is not yet ready. The next now will be the DCOW, who is going to now to take us in this another program of public sector transformation, governance and security, administration of justice, registration and oversight representation. So let's give her a round of applause as she's coming. Immediately we finish with her, we'll be going for our lunch. Joseph, I can see you are complaining of ulcers. Be patient till we finish with this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. I'm called Tinkabet Kemigisa Deputy Kawa. On top of Deputy Kawa, I'm the head of administration. You might be wondering why the cow is not presenting. I'm the vote controller. For that matter, I pay his allowances and facilitation. So I'm a program manager on this theme, this program. Our department comprises of COW, office, deputy COW, human resource management, central registry, and office supervision and sub-county and urban administration. For us, we plan, as usual, to pay salaries of staff, pension and gratuity, and as output, we shall ensure that pension and salaries are paid as a budget output. At that cost, you are seeing, I hope everybody has the document. Then we also conduct capacity building through workshops and seminars. The service center will be at the district and at the urban administration. You know, our staff, in order to perform, we need to build their capacities. And they cannot perform unless we have built their capacities to perform. They need to be mentored, trained, and guided at that cost. Then we shall also maintain vehicle maintenance at the district headquarters. Output will be the vehicle maintained at that cost. Of course, under administration, the vehicle we maintained, we have only 2 vehicles for our office and also the district person. The other departments maintain their own vehicles. The next is, let's check, maintenance of vehicles. IFMIS maintenance at the district headquarters. Of course, these days we use integrated financial management, and we have to ensure that the systems are maintained routinely and repaired where there are faults at this headquarters at that cost. Then the next we have, we intend to begin construction of administration block at Mbarara headquarter office, and our output in that case will be at least phase 1 of administration block completed at the cost of 1 billion, which we have already received, and you have been told that procurement process is on. So soon we shall going to embark on construction. Then the next, the payment of staff salaries. This one I already talked about it. It is internal audit. This is internal audit. I wonder why am I presenting for internal audit? Internal audit is also under my docket. Okay. This one, okay. Okay. Payment of staff salaries and internal audit, procurement of stationary computer, maintenance and others, and internal audit. Also, we also intend to audit other sub-counties, town councils, and other tertiary institutions. The service center will be internal audit. Output will be quarterly audit reports at the cost which is already indicated, and we shall use local revenue. So another one would be payment of footage allowance for our staff. You know, we have staff who have no department vehicles, and we pay them footage at this headquarter, and the cost will be that one using local revenue. I think that's all for admin. The rest is statutory. Because I'm still the president for statutory bodies. Statutory bodies include council, procurement, district service commission, and land board. We shall ensure that we shall ensure that staff salaries are paid and allowances, newspapers paid, purchased at the cost of that one. Then procurement of management services, contracts, we shall ensure contracts are formulated, awarded, and implemented as per the Public and Disposal Act, Management Act at that cost. Staff recruitment, we shall ensure that vacant posts are filled, which will encourage activities like interviews and others at that cost, as you can see in that presentation. Then the land management, we shall ensure activities of land board seat are conducted, and the issues of land handled at that cost. Then we shall look at financial activities by DPAC. We shall ensure that DPAC activities are conducted and are operational at the cost which is indicated. Then political and executive oversight, you know, of course, is also under this district executive committee. Activities are executed at that cost. Then council standing committees also conducted. These are the oversight activities at that cost. Okay, thank you very much. This is what we intend to do under our program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our deacon, and she has managed to keep time very, very well. I think there is a planner, I don't know, there is a proposal that we first finish these presentations, or go, if the rancher is ready, we go for ranch right now. So since they are not yet set, let me invite the next presenter with the district production officer, and he'll be taking us through agro-industrialization program, manufacturing, private sector development, and tourism development. Bwana Dandas, you are welcome. He's also the PDM focal person.
Thank you, Chair, for the session. My name is Mbarara, District Chair, RDC, COW, all protocol observed. Under production, we concentrated on capital development projects. Number one is procurement of 2 motorcycles, a cost of 28 million at 10 million. Then procurement of computers and printers, 2 printers and 2 desktop computers at a cost of 9 million. Then procurement of honey processing equipment at a cost of 10 million. Procurement of motorized spray pumps. There are 2 in number at a cost of 3 million. Then under micro-scale irrigation system, we are likely to support 16 farmers at a cost of 231 million 430,756 shillings. That's all for production. But still under agro-industrialization, there is commercial, that is trade. Under trade, we have cooperative mobilization and outreach services at a cost of 3.6 million. Industrial development services at a cost of 1.5 million. Trade development and promotional services at a cost of 3.1 million. Enterprise development services at a cost of 1 million. Market linkage services at a cost of 1 million. Tourism development at a cost of 6.4 million. Tourism product development at a cost of 860,000. Tourism planning at a cost of 860,000. Tourism promotion and marketing. Tourism enterprise support at a cost of 640,000. Tourism promotion and marketing at a cost of 647,000. Tourism regulation and quality assurance at a cost of 433,000. Tourism program coordination at a cost of 431,000. And lastly, cross-cutting issues at the cost of 431,000. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Bwana Dandas. Quickly, let's invite the next presenter with the CFO to take us through on the next 2 programs. That is development plan implementation and digital transformation. And the CFO.
Thank you, Session Chair. I wanted that before I go to finance, Keith, you can go like on page 58, show them where we've not read the resource envelope, we show them, and how each department will benefit. just a little. We expect to get from local revenue, 1.7 billion from local revenue. Then we expect to get the discretionary government transfers of 3.8, which is 27 billion. I am reading on the projected budget for 25-26. Then other government transfers, 350 million. Then donor funding, 480. And we have a total of 34.4 billion as per the first budget code Satura. Then it will be distributed as follows. Administration, 6.9 billion. Finance, 362 million. Started 74.4 million. Next. Production, 1.9 billion. Health, 5.7 billion. Education, which is the highest, 15 billion. It includes the salary for primary teachers, secondary, and tertiary. Then works, 1.5 billion. Water will get 800. Community-based services, planning, 230 million. Internal audit, trade, industry, and local economic development, 98.6 billion, which will be a total of 34.4 million. So I thought it would be better that people knew this background. From the training, there are some additional issues which we need to share with you, the technocrats, during budgeting. It basically concerns how to itemize those items, including the new asset model, which they have. We are already there. Yes, we shall pay salaries. That's the major activity under that. And we shall use 293 million under the financial management and accountability. Preparation of the charging policy, subscriptions to the ICPAU, which is the controller of the accounting body, attending workshops, correction of property tax, trainings, and ensuring compliance. We shall use including audits and the exit meetings. We shall use 23 million. Then under financial management and accountability, preparation of these reports shall use 976,000. Then under planning, under the budget output of physical feasibility studies for capital and the local government, then under monitoring and evaluation of sector plans, including routine monitoring and evaluation of government projects, they will use 17.2 million. Then under operational planning, under local government planning services, that will be 17.7 million. Then under statistics and data collection, they will use 500,000. Keith, you have put a lot of money, you want to bring wrong data on census. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we must agree that our lunch is ready and people are complaining that we need to go and have something to eat. There are some development partners who wanted to present before lunch, but you will allow me that we first use 30 minutes, we go quickly have lunch, and come back. We present and conclude at once. So let me request a well-wisher and a person who is good at praying to give us the prayer for food, and then we go and have our lunch. Connie or Keith? You select yourself. Okay. Connie.
Okay, let's humble ourselves for a prayer. Our loving Father, we thank you so much for that session that we've so far covered. We thank you for the lunch that is before us. We pray that you bless it. May it give us strength for the next session. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, we pray.
and team. Protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Twasibwe William, Principal Rwentanga Farm Institute, and I'm here to present a paper on value addition. I'm not feeling very well. I will ask Madam Annette to make the presentation, then I will just summarize when she finishes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Principal. I'm called Charles Sima Annette. I'm an instructor at Rwentanga Farm Institute, and I head a department of agro-processing. That's the reason I'm here. Rwentanga Farm Institute is located in Mbarara district, Bubare sub-county, just 15 minutes away from Mbarara city. What does Rwentanga do? Rwentanga offers diploma, 3 diploma courses, national diploma in animal health, national diploma in agricultural production, in animal production, and then national diploma in crop production. Rwentanga also offers certificate programs. We have national certificate in crop production, and then national certificate in agricultural production. Members, can we pay attention? As earlier said, I'm here to talk about Rwentanga Farm Institute, and specifically in the area of value addition. What does Rwentanga do? Rwentanga does value addition, and what are those equipment that Rwentanga uses in adding value onto the products? We have got cereal processing equipment. Those cereal processing equipment can do threshing, can do winnowing, can do grading and sorting. They can do milling and mirroring and roll milling. Then the products, we can have maize flour, maize bran, broken maize, sorghum, and then banana flour. You can ask yourself, now does Rwentanga utilize those machines as Rwentanga. No, the community around are given that opportunity to come, and then they use the facilities, they use the equipment at the institute. In the process, they can now bring their maize, they mill into either maize bran or broken, and then they are given extension services. For instance, how can you mix your maize bran into other feeds? Then we also have got other equipment, like we have that infrastructure where those equipment are, and continue. Now we are moving to the technology of solar drying. As you are aware, nowadays we talk of aflatoxins, especially in the cereals, and of which those aflatoxins can lead into problems, can lead into diseases. We have heard of cancer and so on. So to ensure that there is proper drying and proper quality of the cereals, proper quality of the products, Rwentanga Farm Institute does not have these solar dryers, but we have done what we call benchmarking in a way that we want to have them on ground. If you can see clearly, there is that first one, the one where Nyamfumura is written. That solar dryer is located in Nyamfumura. It is used in drying coffee. You can see the rack up and then the solar dryer down. All those ones are aimed at ensuring quality of the products. Then we also have got this other one in the middle. It's a solar dryer. It is in Masha, and that farmer is engaged in poultry production, and he has production of manure in large scale. And we are aware that sometimes we mishandle manure. And then when manure is mishandled, sometimes it does not do the needful, it may not release the nutrients as required. So to ensure quality of manure and good management, we can use solar drying so that manure is properly dried. And when it is properly dried, it means which when applied into the soil, it can release the nutrients. Then we have also benchmarked in Mbarara, that is our district, and actually the neighbor to Rwentanga, where there is a solar dryer, and that solar dryer is also drying the vegetables and the coffee. So we have done the benchmarking, and how I wish the district can look into that matter of good technologies of drying. Then as Rwentanga, what products do we have? Just behind us, we have brought some of the products behind. Those are some of the products, but we do fruit and vegetable processing, where we come up with wine, where we come up with juice and so on. We do dairy processing. Just behind there, you will see yogurt, vanilla flavored and then strawberry flavored. We also do wine making. Behind there, we have got bottles of wine, mushroom wine and banana wine. Then we also have got tomato sauce making. You are aware, tomatoes are very perishable. If you have them, within 1 week, they will rot and eventually not get much. So to ensure that we increase on the durability, we are making tomato sauce out of tomatoes. Then we also have got banana cake. You are aware that bananas are seasonal, and at times they are in plenty. A bunch of banana goes to 3,000. Why don't you add value to it? You have cake which can at least last. Once you increase, you add value, you have also increased on the cost as well as the profit. Then we have got the tea spices. Behind there you see them. We have got pumpkin chapatis. 2 days back, we were on the radio making a presentation on how we can come up with pumpkin chapatis. To be brief, you are aware that the pumpkins we eat do come from wheat and other ingredients. But we are looking at our pumpkins. How much is a pumpkin? Around 3,000 there. The nutrient benefits of the pumpkin, they are just neglected. Why don't we have 50% pumpkin flour and then 50% wheat flour, so that we increase on the nutrient of the chapat and we also make use of our pumpkins. Then we also have got honey and so on. Then you realize these products, at the end of the day, we shall have wastes. Like you are squeezing tomatoes, at the end of the day, you'll have the wastes. What can we do with Even where we are staying, good enough, most of us, actually we are around the district. We have a lot of waste that is just there. We are using all that waste to make black soldier fries. I understand most of the people here at home, we are farmers, and we know how expensive feeds are. Why don't we utilize our locally available waste to come up with these black soldier fries? We have got some of the products there on our table there. Black soldier fries, obunda abantu nukumuchura mura fries, nenyogori. Kande nyogori, numumanya hazu kukura. Kongateze nyogori ningeze sherezi tukumanya. Neze ziri improved, kandi zo zinechiris, they have protein content, erukuchira abindi. So instead of us now buying the protein concentrates, which are very expensive, instead of us buying fish meal, which is very expensive, instead of us buying soya bean, which is very expensive, why don't we utilize our waste and then come up with black soldier fries, which shall have ntubatwaye mbebyo buhangwa kandi twayizanachi nana feed kanderi organic. You all understand that nowadays we are going organic, so why don't we utilize our waste, come up with cheap feeds that are locally available as we conserve our environment. Then we have got, like you can see, we have a processing equipment. We don't use it alone as Rwentanga. Our neighbors and even other people come, like you have seen those products. Rwentanga is free. It is for us, it is for the community. Whoever wants can come, do something with even help of the instructors on guidance, how he can come up with something. We also have got a laboratory. Some of the people may have reached there. Allow me to talk about this. We have got a laboratory that is well equipped. And as farmers, we even have got a laboratory that has got a soil testing kit. Nowadays, abantu ntuhinjireryo ohinga otegereze kirarigemu. You are not sure whether your soil has nitrogen, you are not sure whether your soil has got phosphorus, konki ofa kutamu fertilizer obunda yiwata mwetine cheri kuza kukora chi cheri kuza kukora. So we do soil testing and then we find out what is missing, so that at the end of the day you apply the fertilizer that is sufficient, other than you wasting money to apply what may not necessarily be needful. Then the consultancy services, of course, as an institution, we have technical people there. We do consultancy services, then we guide farmers, then like of recent, we have hosted all the instructors in Uganda. You can imagine, we're also instructors, but we hosted the instructors in Uganda to teach them how best we can deliver competence-based curriculum. Okutukubasa kushomesa skills abana bakakora chi bakagire chibakwata. Tukoma haba instructors bonka, even the community around noizayo ntukushomesa maybe echokwenda kukora chona, maybe nonda kukora product, maybe nonda kuhinga omwani, maybe nonda kureberente, ebyo byona ntubikora. Then we also have got technology transfer. Of recent, like 3 months back, tukaba tuine project Climate Smart Diary, ikaberi Mbarara district. One of the services is to have a farmer an online training, whereby we would engage them on a platform and then they see what takes place in other countries. You are aware there are some countries that are far ahead of us in terms of farming, in terms of development. But not all of us would have the capacity to go there. So why don't you have your phone, see what takes place in Netherlands, maybe how to look after a calf, so that you waters the Netherlands, information in Netherlands, wabasakorachi, which access injira. Then what kind of other equipment do we use? We are still operating small, but we hope to expand. These are some of the equipment we are using. Like you can see blender, you can see these tanks. They are full of wine, and these are the gas cylinders. But there is a project called Grow Good Enough. I've had a representative here. Very soon, they will avail us with some more of the equipment. Then this talks about wild black soldier flies. I've talked about it. We also do, we are partnering with some stakeholders. Like you can see, this is a group of women. For those who may know, it is Kagrik, Katozo Business Incubation Center, Neomwami Reverend Apore. I was there training them on how to make tomato sauce. So tukugumaisho marohonka nutuzano mu bantu no mu ba farmers abine groups to ba training, like you see, this is a group of women at Kagrik, and I was training them on how they can make tomato sauce. Those who have ever gone to Kagrik, within even the compound, there are some compound gardens. I've trained them. Then I've also trained them on how to make yogurt, how to make liquid soap, and so on. So tukudiringa na naisho mororiyong. Like also you have heard of Chichungro Angels Center. For those who may know, the owner is actually Canon Kabugumela, the former LC5 Shema district. Ainabi Chivato, Ababa Kubaba Jiromu Shomero Barabatoba Kajirenda. I'm also there. I train them. I've always trained them. They are now producing mushrooms. Those who have gone there, the compound is beautiful. I designed that compound. So it even goes outside and does training. Then other stakeholders, of course, we are not working alone. We have Ministry of Education and so on, as you can see. You can even see the project I've talked about. Then let me talk about IOM. And this photo is here. This year in March, there was a competition of the institutions in Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia. Rwentanga was chosen, and we were in a competition, the Ugandans, the Kenyans, and Ethiopians, a competition in business pitching. I went there with a team of 3 students from Rwentanga Farm Institute. We had to compete with the Kenyans and Ethiopians, and our student was the winner. He won those of Kenya and those of Ethiopia. Actually, he was awarded money equivalent to 12 millions. And if you will check there, that money was meant for, actually he pitched on making organic fertilizer, and he has now improved. His fertilizer is there. It is called Green Guard 2-in-1 organic fertilizer. So we are okay, I may say. Let me stop here as I invite the principal to come and summarize. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Annette. You can go and sit. Yeah, the president has already talked about value addition. So as a district, I think we need to embrace value addition. There is no way we are going away from that. Europe is getting out of farming because farming is very expensive for them. Population is very small. They're importing all the inputs and they're exporting the products. And therefore, the profit margin is very small. So they are looking at Africa as a source of food in the near future. So we are struggling to ensure that we equip our youth with the skills to add value to our products so that when that time comes when they are going to import food from Africa, our people can get jobs. So if you are talking about agro-industrialization, we must build the capacity of the youth to go into that. We have a lot of products which we are selling when they are raw. I wrote a speech for him, but he didn't come one time, about hides and skins. We produce a lot of hides, but we export them raw to China, and we import. No, not goods actually. They are not goods. They are disposable shoes. You import good leather, you import disposable shoes and disposable belts. So we need really to look at value addition as something that we need to think about. She talked about the solar dryers. We hope that solar dryers can help this district, especially in the issues of preservation of bananas because during the dry season, we normally have excess 3,000, but if you can have solar dryers, the one of Masha is drying manure, his capacity is 3 tons, because that is what he produces every day. He has about coming close to 60,000 hens, but he produces manure, dries it, and then sells it. So we are looking at that. Can we adapt this solar drying in our agricultural system so that we can produce and preserve vegetables, we can preserve the bananas, and maybe the researchers, the district production team should work with these universities here and narrow so that we can come up with products. The government is emphasizing, is now promoting growing of hash avocado. You know our agricultural systems. We are going to produce them. There is going to be a lot of wastage. How are we prepared to use that wastage? Or it is going to cause problems like in Chiteza and the rest. Can we think of crushing these avocados? We put them in the solar dryers, and then we probably can make animal feeds. So that, because the waste is going to be more than what we are going to export, depending on, of course, how the management systems on our farms are going to be. I did not take much, but let's embrace value addition as a way to go. The challenge we still have in Rwentanga Farm Institute, I don't know whether this budget conference can take it up. We need to start a diploma in agro-processing. We still have it at certificate level. We need to have it at diploma level. We developed curricula. One curricula was developed with the help of UNESCO. Another one with USDP, but all of them are just idle there. We will try to move, but we can think about how we can start this diploma program so that we give people relevant skills that they are going to use for the future. I happen to have gone for training in skills anticipation, so you sit down and then you project maybe 5 years to come, which skills are going to be relevant. In areas of production, agriculture, we are okay. Areas of value addition, that's where we are still lying behind. So we have this project. This department of ours has attracted very many people, including some funders. We wrote a proposal, 186-page proposal to Minister of Gender, and the Minister of Gender, under GLOW project, they are giving us a project of 4.9 billion to increase on our agro-processing. We are going to add value on chicken. We are going to get a hatchery. We are going to get a cheese making machine. We are going to make a yogurt making machine. We are going to get a winery. We are going to construct a child care center and some hostels for women, because the project is targeting women, 50%, the businesses that are women-led, 50%. If the women can be 50%, then we are going to do that. Those ones are going to be common user facilities. We are also going to have animal feed mixing plant. They are going to equip that lab which you saw with a machine that is going to make animal feeds for farmers, women farmers. So these are common user facilities. What does this mean? It means that if you want to produce wine, you come to Rwentanga, because you shall be certified by UNBS, you make your wine from Rwentanga, then you go and sell in Kabale, in wherever, on different names. It can be William wine, it can be Annette wine, but processed and packed by Rwentanga Farm Institute. These are common user facilities. You will pay a fee. Some fee will be paid. This one is going to eliminate the cost of you having a wine at your place. I don't know where you're getting the project. Yeah, so this is where we have moved. Construction is going to delay a bit, because the World Bank insisted that we must have an environmental impact assessment before construction begins. But this other equipment, procurement of the equipment, that one is going to begin next month, which begins tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think Rwentanga Farm Institute, they deserve a very serious hand clap. We really recognize your support and the impact you are creating in Mbarara district. So when time comes for questions and supplements, you'll be hearing the feedback from what you have presented there. So now let's invite Swadif. For Rwentanga, I gave them more minutes because they had a very important presentation, which was cutting across. For the rest of the partners, you only have 5 minutes, and then we rush and finish on time. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, Mr. Chairman, the RDC, COW, heads of departments present, and the partners who are here. I'm called Mwesije Silva Katabarwa. I'm the regional coordinator as Western Regional Development Forum. Oh, the presentation? Yes. I'm called Mwesije Silva Katabarwa, the regional coordinator as Western Regional Development Forum. Here with me, I have Floribert Kule, who is the technical advisor, is seated at the back. And then we have our board member, who is Simirio Johnson. He represents the technical officers and the planners from Ankole region. As we shall see later, he is part of the board. Now, next, I'm going to give an overview just of SWADEF. SWADEF, which is our Western Regional Development Forum, has its constituent members who represent the local government chairpersons and cows. Then we have the private sector representatives on our board. Then we have universities. We're in a partnership with universities. Even at the time of formation, universities would be engaged to conduct research in areas where people identified that we have information gaps in this area. So now we are formalizing our relationship. We are actually trying to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Mbarara University and Kabale. Mbarara team has signed, so the SWADEF board is yet also to sign. Then we have religious representatives. We have one person on the board. We have the youth representative. We have a lady from Isinjiro. Then we have persons with disabilities, civil society organizations, and minorities. Minorities came on board because of the Batwa in Ksoro. They had issues and research was done there, which was actually implemented by Mbarara University, and the interventions identified were also addressed by them. Next. Okay, these are the same partners I was talking about. District leaders, they are the key because they are the persons actually who signed the SWADEF constitution. Then those are the same representatives as we mentioned. Next. Now, the SWADEF, also Western Regional Development Forum, derives its mandate from the Uganda Constitution, 1995 Constitution, and Article 187, the Local Government Act, Cap 243, the Decentralization Policy of 92, then the National Planning Regulations 2018, we are following the National Development Plan. We developed a 10-year development for Southwestern Regional Development Forum, which was also aligned to the National Development Plan 3. Now we are moving to 4. Then, of course, Southwestern Regional Development Forum also derives its mandate from the Companies Act of 2012. It is a company limited by guarantee. Next. It has got a vision as contained in the 10-year development plan and in the 5-year investment plan. From the 10-year, we extracted investments that were eligible for Southwestern Regional Development Region. And then we also came up with recently we had a round table discussion where we came up with the bankable projects for Southwestern Region, where we are trying to interest a number of private sector partners and donors to see how they can support the region to come up with investment projects. The vision is a secure Southwestern Uganda. The vision, yes, Southwestern Regional Development Forum is guided by the vision of a secure Southwestern Uganda that is productive, prosperous, and harnesses its resources for inclusive, sustainable development, not leaving anyone behind. And the mission is to increase investments that will enhance production, productivity, savings, employment. Okay. Thank you. Next. So districts are central in whatever Southwest and Regional Development Forum is doing. The chairpersons, according to the Constitution, which was signed by the district chairpersons and the cows, the chairperson of SWADF has to be one of the sitting chairpersons. The first chairperson at the time when SWADF was being formed in 2018 was Patrick Keiwa, the former chairman of Kabale, who unfortunately passed on during the second wave of COVID. So the current chairperson is Bismana Abel. He's the current chairman of Kisoro district. Then currently SWADF is being supported by USAID, local priorities and partnership activity, and with technical assistance from Governance Systems International. Next. Oh, it's me, sorry. I forgot that. So SWADF, as I said, it started 2018, and it comprises the former sub-regions of Kigezi and Ankole. Kigezi currently has 6 districts of Kisoro, Rubanda, Kabale, Ruchiga, Rukunjiri, Kanungu, and now the Ankole, former districts of Ankole, Greater Bushenyi and Greater Mbarara. Yes, okay. Then this was born out of the need to work together as a region, to harness synergies and create linkages to address the regional needs, challenges and priorities that require collective action. And at the time of formation, they felt that Southwestern region districts and Kigezi districts, if we by coming together, we have a common voice. If we demand for certain services, maybe from the center, the region would be heard than if an individual district actually went for the same to lobby at the national level. So that's the strength of that. And then the main purpose was specifically to harness the development collectively with the stakeholders within the region. So, it is not okay. So, reasons for the regional platform. This was created to bring the regional stakeholders together. One, to define the development priorities, the challenges, and competitive advantages of the region. Then define investment opportunities, foster locally led and locally owned development. So the regions, recently we had a private sector Apex organization meeting from the region, and they actually gave a lot of ideas where even members within actually proposed on how best they can collaboratively work to address those challenges. Then here we are saying SWADF leaders must nurture nascent relationships with the development partners to harness their support for economic opportunities that improve the quality of life of the people for the region. Next. Then, so how we collaborate with the local governments is working together with them in identifying the gaps and challenges that the region faces and how we can seek evidence-informed solutions to address them. Then identify gaps and challenges that can be in the form of security. As a region, there are issues which we can work collectively, addressing issues of security, addressing issues of natural resources that are actually shared, the forests, the rivers, like Ruarwizi, as somebody was presenting this morning, you saw it is traversing so many districts. So to address that, one district alone cannot, so it can be considered as a regional challenge where they can collaboratively see how to address that. And those other ones, hey, sorry, it It is not responding. Yes, I'm finishing. So SADF has, like I said earlier, it has developed bankable projects for the region in those areas. So any investor interested who can share the document, and then they see what they can do in those areas. Then, so here we are saying we are supporting districts. Also, like for instance, recently we had a regional trade show in Chiruhura. So when we attended their meetings, they gave us an assignment to support them in mobilizing the region for people to participate and companies, and they indeed participated. Those we invited. Then we are also collaborating with the ministries, departments, and agencies on how to address the issues or projects that actually traverse the districts, like talking of interconnectivity roads and the like. We have recently, through the chairman of the planners, he communicated to all the districts, district planners and engineers to come up with projects on roads that actually are neighboring the neighboring districts. They can prioritize them in their planning and see how collectively they can be supported. Here we are I had mentioned earlier that we have been collaborating with USAID, but we intend also to collaborate with these other partners to see how to support the regional initiatives in southwestern Uganda. So in collaboration, we are in collaboration with financial institutions also, trying to see which institutions can offer loans at minimal cost, where a number of farmers in the region can also benefit. I'm finishing, Mr. Chairman, Moderator. So requirements, we are saying districts are members and of the regional platform, Southwestern region, they are the ones who wrote the constitution, and they had agreed that the districts actually make a contribution to SWADIF of 1 million districts are paying. So basically, in the interest of time, that is all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, representative from SWADIF. Members, before I call in another one, I want to respect the issue of time. You need to get a way of condensing your presentation such that in the 5 minutes you are given, you are able to complete your thing. I don't want to cut you short and you get disorganized. So I request now the next is UHA, USAID Uganda Health Activity. Yes? Good. So kindly make sure that you do your thing within next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Protocol observed. My name is Natuji Kapoor. I work with Uganda Health Activity. And in the interest of time, I will try to follow your guideline. I will summarize. So I request the person who is helping us project to put us, but basically Uganda Health Activity, it is a project funded by USAID, and it is implementing in the whole of, in the 7 regions of Uganda, and looking at 72 districts and cities, and specifically for Ankole, it also supports the whole of Ankole with the city, Mbarara city, but the implementation model is in 2 folds. There is what they call family health service delivery and health system strengthening. So health system strengthening, basically the support stops at the district, where we support the district to cascade the support to the lower level health facilities. Then in the family health service delivery, we will support up to a health facility. So some of our engagements and support that go through the DHO's office. They move up to the facility level. And it is at this point that I would like to thank the DHO for supporting us and helping us collaborate closely with Mbarara district leadership. Thank you so much, DHO, because it is through his office that we've been able to penetrate to other departments like planning, community, and all those kinds of stuff. So basically, this is what I was trying to explain of where we are implementing. So where you're seeing the blue color, those are the districts where we are doing direct support implementation, and Mbarara is one of them. I will not go into the objectives. So in the interest of time, there are different prongs through which we support to offer health services in our community. So there are different program areas. We have public finance, leadership and governance, supply chain management. So in public finance, we have a public finance specialist, works through the DHO. They go to the planners and the finance people to help in accounting, give mentorship to account for public funds. And we have also actually helped health facilities to develop annual work plans, which is submitted through the Health Ministry Information System. And through that, then there is leadership. We also have supply chain management. That one deals with medicines and supplies that we give in health facilities. So we support facilities to do the ordering, to do reporting, so that at all times we have a constant supply of medicines in facilities. We also help in distribution, and we do all this through the DHO's office. Then we have human resources for health. So here actually one of the big things we have done, I know the government has really introduced the balance scorecard, which is used to appraise staff. So we help the DHO's office to orient people on how to use that tool. We also help in maternal and child health, monitoring and evaluation. So monitoring and evaluation, we do reporting of health data, performance reviews, all those things to help the district to know how it is performing, how it is delivering the services in terms of numbers, and where they need to do better. So under maternal child health, that's where I think it has been mentioned somewhere in the morning, where we supported the district, and still it is through DHO's office that he was able to lobby, and we supported in construction of a maternity ward at Rivind Health Center 3. Then family planning. For family planning, we know it is also part of health service delivery. We need mothers to plan and families to plan for their families, so we support that. And one of the key activities being implemented right now are self-injection. So we have trained VHTs. They are distributing self-injection kits where a mother is able to self-inject a family planning method, and in this case it's called Sana Press. So all those activities are going on in communities. Excuse me? It's not moving. Yeah, so in the interest of time, so this is the Rivind Health Center 3 maternity ward. So we have the front view and the back view. It is currently at this stage, and we hope by close of this year it will be free, vanished, and for people to use. These are the different performance reviews. This was held in the quarter of Jan to March. We have where the RDC was chairing. We have the ADHO environmental submitting. Then there is another performance review which was done, and the deputy RDC was present, the DHO, the ADHO. Then here, those are some of the facility level activities. And here we are doing data quality assessments. And the DHO with his DHT team were taking lead. So to see how people are actually delivering services at facilities, which are they offering a good service, are they documenting, are they reporting? Then through that, different challenges would be identified, and solutions would be offered through the DHO's office. So the planned activities, we have some planned activities, but the planned activities are still under those different program areas I've talked about. and some of them are routine. So we shall keep doing the same through the DHO's office. Thank you very much.
Thank you for keeping within the agreed time. Now, the next will be Okoa refugee. Members, you allow us to allow these people make small presentations about their development partners. Like you have seen, they are adding a lot of value to the district. So it wouldn't be fair baiza bakatsibira and bakagenda batine echiba presenting. So Okoa refugee, then after it will be TPO Uganda. Okoa.
Good evening, all protocol observed. I'm Namba Joridemta Winfred. I work with Okoa Refuge as the center manager for the GBV center in Mbarara. As Okoa, we run very many projects, but generally, in the interest of time, I'm going to talk about the gender-based violence project, which is currently operating in Mbarara. At the center, we deal with survivors of gender-based violence. And we deal with the survivors in quite different forms as they come in. The survivors are given comprehensive care at the center. The center is having around 3 departments. That's the managerial, the legal, and the social. Then the shelter space that we operate is having a team of caretakers that take care of the survivors when they are with us. So far, we've been in Mbarara for 7 months, we cannot, and we've dealt with 201 cases, with 60 of the survivors being sheltered at the shelter. We also had an extended shelter space from the area space that was given to us by the district. We decided to have an extended shelter space for issues of security and also offering care for the survivors. At the shelter spaces, we do case management, and it's done in different forms through mediations, through legal representation, because we have lawyers at the centers. We go to the communities, we visit the communities, talk to the people, and also mediate these cases. We file cases of sexual assault. Those are cases like defilement, rape, and the nature of such cases. So with those cases, we do report the cases to police and also help in finding justice for the survivors of gender-based violence. As we do that, we do other community engagements, inclusive of outreaches, and so far for the 7 months, we've carried out 3 community outreaches. We've had one in Kagonji, we've had one in Nyabisirila, we've carried out a school outreach at St. Paul, Kagonji Seed School. We carried out a school outreach. We do legal clinics in which we talk about the law and human rights so that we can be able to fight gender-based violence. So, as I continue to let you know of what we do, for the case management, the case follow-up, we do reintegration of the survivors. When we have the survivors with us, not all of them are going to stay with us. Some of them should be reintegrated with their families, and it is done through resettlements. Though some of the survivors are retained within the organization, all are referred to other organization. When they are retained within the organization, they are trained in different skilling activities. All are taken back to school. So those that are retained within the organization have that opportunity. The ones that are not retained are reintegrated or referred to other organizations that we work with. Some of the things we've been able to do is case management as usual. Our activities are a cycle, so they repeat themselves. There will still be the activities we plan for. We've been able to do the case management, we've done legal representation, we've carried out school outreach, community outreach, and also reintegration of the survivors that have been with us at the center. Some of our achievements I've mentioned is we've been able to have an extended shelter, and we still plan, like we would also want to thank the district that we've been allocated land to construct a shelter space for the district. And we plan to have that shelter constructed, moving away from the rented shelter space that we are occupying at this moment. So we plan to have that shelter space with us. We also plan to continue supporting the community-based services department in handling the gender-based violence cases. Our achievements will be listed. Our challenges have also been listed out. We've had challenges of, earlier it was about the shelter space. We've had challenges of the people not knowing the law, inclusive of the very actors. Some of us, the very stakeholders or the actors, are not aware of what the legal framework is or what the law is. We've had issues of double standards that come along with case management and also handling these cases. We've had issues of juvenile offenders. It's quite a very much big issue for us. We've had issues of street children, though my worry is I've not seen all those issues being planned for by the community-based services team. Though it's one of the challenges we are dealing with, we plan that we shall find a way, because we're planning if we can have a reception center for the street children besides of the shelter. The street children are totally different from the survivors of gender-based violence. So we are planning on that also, and also planning to continue supporting in the issues of gender-based violence in the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping time. Someone was said that I added her a lot of time because of gender issues, but it is also necessary sometimes. So let's look. Now let's invite TPO. Then after TPO, Avis will be coming in, Avis Foundation. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. By in the next 15 minutes, we'll be done with this session.
Thank you so much, moderator. Good afternoon, team. Evelyn Kembawaz is my name. I'm the district project coordinator working with TPO Uganda KSHS project. As a KSHS project, we work with children who are affected with HIV, with their caregivers, and we work through the CBS department together with the health department. And I want to appreciate the team for allowing us to come and work with them. As Keeping Children Health and Safe project, we have key 3 result areas. One is economic strengthening, the second one is on case management, and the third one is the systems strengthening on the project. Then the goal of our project is reducing new infections of HIV among adolescents and young women of Uganda. Under case management, we do viral load monitoring of our beneficiaries who are living with HIV. We do conduct intensive adherence counseling. We want to know what could be the root causes of the non-suppression systems. And then we do also follow-up case appointments with the facility. We work with all facilities as mentioned. The DHO allowed us, and we signed the MOUs with them. So in a case someone misses the appointment and facility, the facility people will call us and we follow up. We look for them in the community, because cases which are working. So that one I already explained. I said that's what we do: case management, systems strengthening, and economic strengthening. Move down. Those are some of the activities that we do, as I had already mentioned. Under case management, we do index testing, facility engagement meetings for the non-suppressors. We do district referral meetings, case conferences, performance review meetings for the community structures. Under households, economic empowering, we have the formation of circuit groups. We encourage the caregivers of our children to join saving groups. Then we have the youth groups. Cottage, in that we make shoes, bakery, basket weaving, among others. Agro-enterprise, that is surrounding backyard. Then we have apprenticeship for 15 to 17 out of school. These youth choose the trade of their own, which they like, and they go and participate in it. Then under systems strengthening, that is one which I mentioned, DAC support with airtime quarterly. Then we have hold community dialogues. These have already commenced. Like today we are in Buchiro, the senior probation officer is there. Then we have conduct quarterly district child well-beings. I know some of you here, you are members. Then we cascade them at sub-county level, and the sub-county have a committee of them. Then we also conduct joint mentorship of CDOs. That one I already mentioned. It is annual. We do it twice a year. Then we do case follow-up, GBV and VAC, by the people you see there. And then we support transporting juveniles, as you can see. Then below we have our budget, which incorporates in the planned activities that we intend to do. Hello? That is our budget, or the intended activities that we plan to do. As you can see, we have the DAC, and as a district, we have given it 1.2 million. That is for the whole year. That DAC system is in the senior probation's office. We can move down. Then we have community dialogue meetings. We said we conduct 7 in the whole district. We identify the hotspots of GBV and DAC in those sub-counties. That's, as I mentioned already, today we are in Buchiro, we are having one, and we have allocated it 7 million. Then we have supporting child well-being meetings. As we can see, the money is there, 2.96 million. Then we are going to conduct district, the child well-beings. I think we reversed the money. The 8 million is for the sub-county child well-being meetings, and the 2.6 is for the district level, because sub-counties are more than the district. Then we are supporting to transport juveniles. We have 7.45 million. So in case the senior probation officer has a juvenile to take either to a remand home or to Kamprinjisa, TPO is available to provide that assistance. Then we are also conducting joint coaching and supervising CDOs. This is specific to the office of the CDO, and we have 2.6. Then we have the case follow-ups by the senior probation officer. It is also 2.4 million. Then when we go down, we have what we have combined under economic strengthening. We have combined with the city. We have structures we work with that they go to these houses to conduct some activities. So that is the money that is allocated to them. We can move down to case management. So that is also, the budget is there. And I think finally there are the photos of some of the activities that we have done. As we can see, that's some of the children that we have linked and collaborated with other service partners. These were being given shelter at the House of Good Angels in Chiruhura. And then this is emergency food to the non-suppressed households. We move down. And then here we have the DAC equipment on the far right. That is a computer with the modem and the desks under the office of the probation. And here we are transporting one of the juvenile from Vizwera to Kavaris. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Aba TPO, rebi mu mwakora mwagamba mune byakasente ka budget ako mwebere munonga. Now let's have Avis Foundation, and will be followed by the last one, Grow Project. Is Grow Project around? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. I observe all protocol. My name is Julius. I work with AVC Foundation. AVC is an Italian NGO, and we work in over 82 districts in Uganda, implementing more than 25 projects every year. In this region, we have an office in Mbarara. Field office is here at Boma, and we implement 3 projects. I'm going to talk about 2 that are mostly in Mbarara. The third one is in Chiruhura and Kazwa. Okay, so AVC implements, one of the projects we're implementing here and working with in Mbarara is the Youth Skilling Project, which works with different stakeholders in the skilling area, particularly vocational training institutions and private sector that have unique skills that can create employment for youth. The objective of this project is to contribute to increased good skills levels and to be able to create employment in Uganda. And this project is funded by the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands, is working in 32 districts in the country. So here we work only in a few districts. It's spread across. And these are the objectives. The first objective looks at skilling. We want to create skills. We believe agriculture, like my counterpart William was saying, agriculture requires high-level skills for us to tap into the opportunities. So this project works with different stakeholders to improve skills. But we also believe that skills alone is not enough. And so the second objective comes in to address the element of post-skilling support, where we provide the youth with the platforms, we provide them with the access to resources that they can be able to start, and as well as we provide them with mentorship support. The third one is a unique objective that works with schools, and the fourth one is where we engage a little with the districts and government. And under this project, like I said, it's across the country. As you can see, the numbers are there, different projects, different districts. These are the different private sector we're working with, the VTVETs we are working with. We also work with remand homes and the secondary schools. In Mbarara, we work with Maryhill. If you have been at Maryhill, you have seen the greenhouses. Those ones were established through the project. You have seen some of the innovations that the students are creating. If you have seen them, those are things we are doing with the project. And what have we done this year? We've done skills development and a number of other projects, but I've mentioned just a few. We've trained among the youth, we've trained what we call business mentors. These are young people that have gone ahead of the others in business, and they can provide peer support to others. And we have also engaged some of our youth in cross-border meetings with traders. We visited Kasese, Mpondo, one of the busiest borders. If you're in business, that place is the best place to visit. And we have connected the youth to markets in that side. We've also engaged local government, but one of the major things where we've engaged with the district is on the provision of startups. We don't just give trainings, we provide them with startup. This is one of those beneficiaries there. These are still some of the activities, but I will also mention this one. We have some of the youth in groups and they are saving. And so we have worked with them this year to transfer their records into digital records. What have we done? These are students from Merhill. One of the winners, their technology, one of their technology was to make biodegradable plastic as a means to address climate change issues. I want to go to the numbers. In Mbarara, this is very important. In Mbarara, these are the number of youth we have trained, and these are the number of youth that have been certified by the DIT. And in terms of employment, we have 509 that have started real businesses, and this is self-employment is real business. Then these ones are employed by different enterprises and so on. Then there is a real nice one here, that we have 265 youth earning above 500,000. And then I want to talk quickly about, because of time, I will just run quickly. These are some of the pictures when we were handing out some of the equipment to the youth. This was a youth group that is engaged in poultry. This is a grill. This is, there was something here for value addition of poultry. This is some of the youth engaged in market events in the Harvest Money Expo, where some of our partners, also, some of the district staff participated. Then we have another project, an interesting project. We work with the ILO. It is establishing a facility within Mbarara to support those youth now who are skilled and are looking for opportunities. We shall be having their profiles, but also we shall be providing opportunities, and we use that as a platform to create linkage. And this project is setting up a job center this year. We have already secured space. I want to thank the district for providing us that space. I can assure you we are going to really make you proud. We are ready to make it work. And then I think lastly, in terms of what is planned, we want to continue and finalize with the trainings for youth that are in groups. We are also providing startups, some of the youth that we have not yet finalized doing, and then the establishment of the job center. I beg stop here. I had to rush through quickly because of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Leader Avis. You've been very good at time management. So let's have Grow project. Are you around? If they are not around, let's go to the last one, Creative Media. They have been covering us. It will be the last one. Then we will go for another session, which is going to be chaired by the cow himself.
Thank you so much, the moderator. I'm going to leverage on the protocol that was already observed. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Keisha, and I'm from Creative Campus. Creative Campus is a youth-led social enterprise that is aimed at commercializing and helping startups grow within East Africa and beyond. We sit in Mbarara, and we're so thankful to the government of this country. We are grateful for the government of this district for giving us this opportunity. As we all know, this country has the biggest population, being the youth. These youth are creative. If we all understand what happened this year, our president and his leadership really measured and prioritized creatives. But these creatives have what they are doing. They're not going from one level. Here we come as Creative Campus to help them. We help these creatives commercialize their ideas. We help the startups owned by creatives go beyond what they know. We help them in registration. The youth that cannot be able to get the services they want, we enable them to get them. We have different departments or different services that we give. One of them is tech development. We are into tech as we are going to the digital world. We help these youth that have the art they have to run in a modern way, which is digitization. We also train youth in multimedia. Multimedia is where we can visualize what is happening now. I'd like to inform people that are seated here that this event is running live on creative media. Even when we've gone, we'll be able to see what happened here. Those that were not around are still going to watch what was happening here. That is under the creative media, which is also housed by Creative Campus. I'd like to also let you know that we help people that are into real creatives, people in performing arts, those that are trained in doing music, DJing. I can sing, I can do a guitar. And this is not just stories. We did this from April to June. We trained over 16,000 youth in those different areas I've told you. And why am I here? My ask is, can we do this together? The government of this country, under the leadership of Mbarara district where we are situated, and everyone that can be here. Let's make an impact of helping these youth, not just having the ideas, but taking it beyond. I would like to also ask everyone that we go back and watch our stream to give us that business. Refer to us, those businesses, if you have a corporate gathering, if you have an event, and you really want it not to leave people's memories, think about us. Our contacts are projected. I do not know why the projector wasn't fair to us, but you can reach out to us and check our work at Creative Media. Thank you so much for this time. I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you, young lady. Next year, we shall give you an opportunity to come with your team and give us some entertainment. So you see, the whole of today we've been bored, we have not been entertained. And it is very important. So, members who have come to the end of this session, I want you to join me. Thank these presenters, our development partners, by giving them a kind clap. Our partners, thank you very much for presenting. We really don't take it for granted. And we resume when we have any engagement. I want to stop here and invite the cow to take us in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. We are coming to the second last session of our today's activities. And now it is a general discussion. Let's first get about 5 questions or supplements. Where is the other speaker? The mic. The mic is there. You put up your hand, raise the question or a supplement, then we shall ask people to respond. I think we can take 10 and we respond at once, then we get out of here. So, ebibuzo ninga wowe necho kwenda kuongeraho our presentation zesa akorwa. The first, let me start from here. The first hand is here, Honorable Finance. This side. Where is the mic? Creative Zubarash. They call him Katumba. Katumba, oye?
Oh, yeah. Thank you, our cow. My name is Bishanga Julius. I represented by a sub-county. My question is just one. Budget ya works. Nashanga omurruba ya tutine muruguto rwona. Kandi kinani nyebuza nani ndeba bwenchi ntuguma ntukora abaridaza abenyima eba planningire aha bwenchi takubasa kongera mwenguto at least president yatongire 1 billion hati nkaruba yatwine ngutu ibiri arho eza district tukabire tunga morundo ruguto kushanga at least nanye omulio gwo mwaka 2026 2025 munkorra moruguto. For example, hariho ruguto nuruga rwansinga rukuza kahoma rubire nurukorwe gombora konke gombora teine sente zo kurukora ekarukoraho ecweka hati nkibanki mansa ngorwo ruguto twarekere gombora egombora te kurubasa orundo ruguto nuruganya kibungo ruza kaguhanzya narwe ministry kija yatukoraho ebicweka kandi narwo ruguto nkimansa rwarutagire mu district nkimansa turije guma turukora ekibuzo cyanye nuko cyankigamba kandi turikwetaga at least mwongeremo enguto twatungire 1 billion takaguma a budget yenyima emyaka yenyima at least twabire turubarida ba today at least let us change something. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bishanga. He's saying, can we take up more roads to the district? Honorable Finance, Secretary for Finance.
That as if your institution is not accredited to offer diplomas, has it been really accredited as of now, or you are still hanging or requesting for that? It was a general outcry, students were complaining. And lastly but not least, you have mentioned a certain report that is still pending, that you are waiting, that is environmental impact assessment report. Have you received it yet so that the program does not delay, as you have mentioned here? Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Yes. Kano Sam Karogo.
Thank you, Kao. I have a small observation on page 2 on Vision 2040, which is showing Uganda Vision Plan 2040, the first implementation plan of priority strategies objective in your budget is not showing the parish headquarters structure. Since they are talking about parish development model, whereby the parish development model should be basing at the parish level. And we have the extension workers, the parish chiefs, who deserve to have office and residence where to keep their tools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bernard.
Thank you, Kao. Now that we are in socio-economic transformation, I wanted you all colleagues to observe on page 60 and 61. Of course, I have the same concern with of Julius, Honorable Julius. If we are yet to receive the 1 billion, we need also to add on a number of roads, like from Ebitebe to Wakagora to Nyabisirira across to Kashonji or Churhura district border. Now there is an observation, Mr. Kao. I don't know whether you have an idea of this with your engineer. The Chibega, Nyakatoche, Nyakasichizi road of 4.9 kilometers in Kagonji sub-county have a grading and a spot graveling of 50 million. And yet above, Ruizirinjiro, Buzoba of 4.5 kilometers in Kagonjor so has 80 million. The one of 4.9 have 50, and the other one of 4.5 has 80 million. Now, I wanted to know whether that one is corresponding with socio-economic transformation within our district. I thank you.
Avitas, yes, Saverius. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Wanakau. I just have a few things to comment about. One is on Wizwera Health Training Institute. In the last financial year, 2023-2024, we put over 80 millions on this project. Now, I'm seeing we are again putting almost 60% of our local revenue to the same cause. And when you look at the fate of that building that we put there last financial year, I wonder if it is secure now. Everything is there, but it is just there in the bush, and we don't know the fate of this institute, when it is going to open, and why we are putting all this money, keeping it in that bush. So we need to come up with a specific plan on how best we shall have that training institute, rather than putting money in a project that is not going to work for us very soon. Two is on, actually I wanted to talk about having a diploma program at Rwentanga, but
they have already mentioned that.
They have mentioned it. Another one is on, maybe it is some correction, that 2 diary demonstration sites were put. One is indicating Buchulo sub-county. It is some correction because we did not have that in our sub-county, and we need to be clear, since this is a public document, so that our people do not ask us where this demonstration farm or site was put. But it has been cleared that it was put in Buchulo Town Council, and so it needs to be corrected in our books so that people do not ask us about that. Then another thing is on OCOA, the OCOA project. I want to beg that you put much emphasis on community sensitization if at all you have to manage cases in our villages, because gender-based violence is very serious in our communities, and so you need to basically look at sensitization of our communities rather than waiting for legal framework and other programs. Lastly is on this one. Let me first study it properly and then
first read it.
Thank you.
In the middle here, Joseph, environment.
Thank you, Mr. Carr and Session Chair. My comments are threefold. One, to the development partners. I saw your presentations. They were very good, but I think it is good you saw us when we are presenting our departmental plans. We even included the budget. And I would wish if the development partners, because you are doing the activities within the district, you also include your budgets, or attach the activities and the budget, so that we know how much is within the district from your development partners. Secondly, it is now scientifically proven that wetlands are very much critical in storing carbon or greenhouse gases emissions. And we really need to do a lot of restoration, but as a department, the funding is very low, and considering the presentation from John Batt, where he was showing us River Zambezi drying, even Lake Niger dried, and even another river that drains into Lake Victoria from Kenya also dried. So for us, it is imperative that as the policy makers and decision makers, having heard from what Bagambe said, we should now think of putting much more money, especially local revenue, to ensure that these wetlands within our districts are fully restored. Then lastly, in the American embassy, we have a friend, and he is the head of natural resources. There is a lot of money, but as government and local governments, it is very tricky for us to come up with proposals so that they can fund them. So we need to have a development partner who is involved in environmental management so that we can come up with a structure and maybe develop an MOU with the district. Because previously, I and Mr. Srir, we developed a proposal and worked with a certain NGO to the tune of $300,000 US. But after when they got the money, they dumped us and took the project somewhere else. So we really need to have one of the development partners to come to us. So we agree and come up with an MOU, spare out the activities so that they have to work within the district. Then we will be funding from the American embassy, because that friend of ours promised us that if we do that, we can be funded. And finally, I think we need to appreciate the importance of climate change, which is threatening us. And in the development partners, their presentations, I did not see any linkages to do with environmental management or climate change mitigation. So I would wish that in whatever you plan, in your work plans, please put some budget that is geared at ensuring that wetland restoration is undertaken, tree planting is undertaken, and many others that will help in carbon sequestration. I thank you.
I didn't see Crane International today. Are they around? Crane. Crane is involved in wetland restoration. Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'm Asimo Rogers, Deputy Mayor of Town Council. Mine is on roads. District got 1 billion for roads, and you are well aware that all new created town councils, they have not yet received any funds for roads. Can't you share something for new created town councils? Thank you.
They want to put batteries. Any hands up? Ninga twahoy.
Thank you, Mr. Kao. I want to, related to what my colleague has said about the environmental protection, I want to suggest, actually it's a question, whether Mbarara district is working with all the other districts where River Ruiz passes.
You are who?
I'm called Julius from AVSI Foundation. So I wanted to know how or whether we have that collaboration with other districts and whether we have a program. And based on what he has said, I have a suggestion. We have already a platform, Southwestern Regional Development Forum, that brings together almost all the districts in the region. And this forum has capacity and is eligible to apply. So I believe that a platform like this one can be able to apply for a project that specifically targets River Ruiz. Otherwise, we may be working on one side and another district is not doing anything about it, and so the effort may not work. My other question is, I saw in the expected sources of funding, the donor funding was the least, as expected, yes, but it was too small. My question is, how do we, as a district, intend to tap into or expand the donor funding? I have an idea that is a bit weird. I know that we serve a population that is not full of people that are rich, But COVID taught us that there is also what we call local donors. These are people that can be able to give to a good cause. So my question is, how do we also look at locally mobilizing resources without necessarily taxing? Thank you.
Thank you. On that same table, yes.
Thank you. I'm called Mwesugwa Sam Thompson. I'm representing an organization which is promoting culture and tourism and is seeking to promote these activities in Mbarara district. But I'm hearing we are talking little about tourism and culture. I'm only now requesting the district to actually include that, because when we look at income generation at homestead level, we are targeting at marketing and increasing income at that level, and where even the district will benefit. So tourism and community, we're calling it community tourism. We are ready to promote it, but we are requesting the district to partner with us so that we can increase on that. And
Sam, are you part of the Ankore cultural tourism something?
Yes, heritage something, yes sir. I'm representing that organization now. Yeah, because one partner is in Canada and another one is in Kampala. He was unable to come, but we are trying to bring donors to help and promote that program. Thank you so much.
Yeah, these people have approached us, and we are looking for a space where they can put a desk and start working with our tourism officer. William here had a hand. Joseph, the principal, Ruentang. And you will answer also the questions that were asked to you, as you also put in your question or comment.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe let me begin by answering the questions. The environmental impact assessment, in the project which we had written, we had put some funds for that work. And when they asked us whether we have an environmental impact assessment, we told them that we don't have. So they are going to use that money. World Bank is going to use part of that money to ensure that we get an environmental impact assessment. Then the issue of license, when Uganda Veterinary Board visited us last year, but one, they didn't give us the license to operate the diploma in animal health. The others are okay. The diploma in animal health was the problem because for 4 reasons. One, the curriculum we are implementing animal production, the content there could not allow our graduates to go and operate as paravets, the content in animal health. So we are required actually to review the curriculum. We have done that, and that is why we have come up with the 3 diplomas, new ones: National Diploma in Animal Production, National Diploma in Animal Health, and National Diploma in Animal Production. So we have animal production separate from animal health. So the animal health people, these are the people who are going to work as paravets, and those are the people UVB, Uganda Veterinary Board, is interested in. The rest, they are not interested. So far, we have done that. Then they also requested us to improve on the facilities. The facilities have been improved. They asked us about the trainers. The trainers, we have them. So we are waiting for a letter from National Council for Education, and then we invite them. If we invite them again, only one person is going to come to verify whether the 4 things they asked for are in place. So the 4 things are in place, and so I think that should be settled. However, we are struggling to ensure that this diploma is taken up by government. We submitted our budget last year, which included the diploma program, funding from the government. It was approved by the minister. We have the letter from the minister. We have submitted again. They asked us to, the budget we are making now, for us we already submitted. Because the requirement was that we submit it early so that we are incorporated into the national budget. So we have written we submitted the budget. Deadline was yesterday. Today is 30th? Deadline was 30th, which was yesterday. So we already submitted. We have budget of about 22 billion, which we think that if you are going to pay salaries, construction, and all that kind of thing, maybe if it is approved, then probably next year we may get
We are trying to push. They asked us to make an, it is called a what? Needs assessment, we did that. So we have submitted everything that they need. So what needs up, I think, is just now a follow-up and maybe availability of funds in the Ministry of Education. So I don't know that I have satisfied your question, sir. So when UVB comes and approves this animal health, what is going to happen is that they will look at what these people covered, and then they develop what they call a bridging course for those ones who want to practice as paravets. UVB, the ones that develops a bridging course for those ones who finished long ago. My question, Mr. Kao, is concerning the staffing gaps. I don't know whether this is the time for me to bring in this, because when we go to the Ministry of Education and Sports, they tell us, go and work with your districts to cover the staffing gaps. Rwentanga Farm Institute, as an institute, institutes are decentralized, and therefore we get salaries from the district. And according to the staffing structure, we have 5 principal instructors. Okay, we have a principal, we have a deputy principal, we have 5 principal instructors, we have 5 senior instructors, we have 5 instructors, and 5 assistant instructors. I think it was an oversight, because that structure, I don't know. But 5. Principal instructors is U2 science, senior instructor is U3 science, instructor is U4 science, and assistant instructor is...
Principal, I think I have understood. We are going to answer you on the staffing and the structures.
Yes.
And the wage.
Yes.
You're actually asking for wage.
Yes, so I'm asking, is this the correct time for us to bring in that kind of thing? So
in the budget conference, we bring out all the issues. Then we shall sit and also explain what is happening.
Okay.
So that is about wage.
Yeah.
Wage under education, wage under health, wage under everybody.
Okay, thank you, sir.
The last one. Here. Then we respond.
Thank you, Bwana Kao, and thank you for the arrangement of today. This is a budget conference. We've been crying, my worry is on roads. We've been crying, for example, these roads, mine is from...
Amazina wa TV ya Kahihi.
My name is Mkamasimu Edgar, representing Buchuro Town Council. Owitu Buchuro Mbanyata Ticha. So my worry, we've been crying on the cost of the roads. So, for example, the road from Rubindi, Rubari to Buchuro was on 95 million. Hatamu katabonare mwata ho iganachanana times 2. Then the one of Kashari was 49 million. Now it is at 60 and other roads. So, kora ino ambanana twastaka garichire kukubugana. Mutereza chintu chensho abukuba these prices of roads. Yes, we have the more 1 billion easily. As one member suggested, we can get other feeder roads to zonjeremu other than kudaboringachi emihendo yachi. Abukuba tukugira ngo ntwenda tumaroho billion turyakore nguto. Abuka kurga million 95 uruguto rwanje rwabucuro rutakahwire narema kagambo dani turwakahwire a million 95 to kantera igana chinana bantu mwe nibasa kurara overnight ndokuki. Then lastly niza kusima chairman yagira for the construction at Bwizibwera. Twaza kutandika yore chairman konga shabere tutandike tufuruke mpora ari bizimbe nindeba nkenje kahwakare hajira baza mu probation officer abena yamba ba RDC akwa no shanga ebyakube mbuhwero wa chairman ore si wanaro probation office RDC office is congested so abantu bamwe batandike bakorechi bafuruke bazibwizibwera. Lastly service providers nasima berizo bakonka nito bwizibwera twinayo bwiz gardens twinayo na Kasharwati twinayo nabandi at least ni mwereka tumanyize imyanya yitu emukoro ngeji yabaho if such services are taken home nito ntsa kumanyira umwanya gwitu tugire kitwafunamo. Thank you very much. I beg to submit.
The last one.
Thank you, Carl. My name is Tuhirwe Charity, representing Rubindi Ruhumba Town Council and Rubindi Sub-County. My first question is about drilling of boreholes. Last year, in our budget, we had one borehole whereby it was going to Rubindi at large, not the sub-county, not the town council. When my people in the town council wrote in need of this borehole, water engineer told us that the town councils are not reliable to get water or not to get the boreholes. If it is so, why is it that today, in this budget presented here in this conference, the town councils are getting boreholes, while Rubindi Town Council last year has failed to have one? Secondly, is on roads. I was suggesting, although I'm sitting on the roads committee, that these roads of ours should be made first-class malam, because after you have done this road, it demolishes, and next year we put it again and again and again. Are we going to stay on one road or two roads for the whole years we are paying in this council? So I'm suggesting that let our roads be made first-class roads, such that we can go on other roads that are in need. Thirdly, I've heard in the production that you plant trees. You make tree planting or tree seedlings. Where do those trees go? Are they sold? Are they distributed somewhere? Are they for your own purpose? Where are they going to? Thank you so much.
Supplement from Vice. Let's first, Vice, you want to supplement? Or yours?
Thank you, Carl. About the boreholes, that policy that town councils are not supposed to benefit, anayikondo mazimapana. Kandi tukashanga, because Ranyamahembe is a town council, is going to benefit. So when you're distributing boreholes kindly, mjazu wanja yacha gambere, reka tuzidistribute injeje, kandi tuine n'amashomero agokweta agamizi. Kandi at the end of the day, nibiyambi tu mwena nishaba ejo police team maichi turakore konka tuine guchecking them. Thank you.
Joseph, you start with water, then roads.
Supplement.
Supplementing
on tree planting. I'm the chairperson for natural resources. Mbire nagambire hona nowa forestry. Arukunjira ngu tiba kubahereza sente. Akubanka mbuza kantumanya nguno hinge miti no korachi katakumanya heri. Kandi kinandi yaho ndukurebe bamazire activities ezibakozire a page 36 nindeba natural resources in some projects kandi twereka ngwe ka monitoring ninyebuza ezo project nibazikora nkai kanta kuzimanya nka cha person wa committee keta kumanya biriyo mu natural resources abenshi nibaguma mbashaba sente zitine cyo gukora.
Mtwara shitana mushanju. Kare Joseph, you start answering issues of water.
Webale mnonga mkama wanje kao kandi nchiriza nebabuza konka nyenda kubanza kweyanzura by names of Mchunguzi Joseph engineer wa mizi abwambara district kandi chamazima kao abantu babuze buzo birunjebi bantu bashasha abo kuba twasabye town councils that tema akubenefitinga amizigaruro water hachirecho bakweta per urban areas washkan koko kona level vice ayana gamba ninga sibone bene bagamba ebyaro bicurukubi konkambwe nyenda kubagambira shoka kuswerera ninga yakutwara heru washohora washwerwa
washanga ibyo kurya byabire bice to kuyomba munonga mwena banimbashaba kuba kongera ka center of financial year. We can consider those per urban areas. Tureba okuturazezo ki boahorzezo. Konka it's against the law kugira ngo the urban in a program yayo, rural in a program yayo. So it don't funa sente 100% rural water supply. Mwebare mnongo.
Rwanyamahembe, it's a requirement that when we put a U-gift project, Nkirwaru, the RTNMs, we either connect from on the existing source, or if it is not there, we can put a borehole. That's why I have insisted that the seed school in Rwanyamahembe should have water. It's a requirement. Rutoma, it's an old school, but I think we have also talked about it. Hatu azombini. Joseph wa maribia mizi. Twara engineer muzindara. Agambe nkutu. Akarungu. Abya karungu bigumire.
Yabare munonga kawu.
Let's listen to roads. Ngutonoshana zozoroho.
Niza kutandukana n'ikibuzo cya Honorable Charity.
Ebigambo binshi yayo.
Ekiyagamba ngu that they would want us to do first class maram roads. I want to begin with this. Like, for example, I've been wanted to work on Kashaka Karienze Road, 21.5 kilometers at 172 million. But our MPs having lobbied it in Ministry of Works. Ministry of Works has taken it over. That they are going to work on the same road using 1.2 billion. Why? They want to achieve first-class Maram Road. So in Uganda, I want to refer you to Ministry of Works Design Manual. A first-class Maram Road, 1 kilometer costs between 50 to 70 million per kilometer. So meaning, your 1 billion can only work on 40 kilometers. Is it clear there? No. It can work on 20 kilometers only. 1 billion if you want to achieve first-class Maram Road. So we shall still agree, she's a member of Works Committee, we can scrap off all these roads and remain with one, totaling to 20 kilometers, so that we achieve a first-class Maram Road.
And I think konjera yecho members tubetwa chigambireho mu roads committee. Do we go quality-wise or quantity? Baja ngo tukutandika tubanze tugire quantity. At least obuguto tubara barabembwinjiho kilometers nyinjiho abantu barabireho. The recent zagumana zija ntuja kuzanka he. How many total in kilometers have we done?
So far now we have worked on 172 kilometers.
172 vis-a-vis 20. Mwana bakora 30 omwanya gwigana ni tonto basa kugikosa 1 billion etkose kashaka karuyenjejo but abantu abandi barakwariari. So now ahabwa karuru kanyu ahabwa karuru tuyon tugeza ku kabura hamwe ngo tube tutamburira kumara ngo tware kace kabonere turija kuzari yako with the time.
Yabarekawo omuntu ndizo yabanagamba ngurubinde bucuro tukagikosa 95. Now we have gone to 180 million. If I may ask you even, are you comfortable with what has been done? If not, what is it that you are not comfortable with it? The problem is money still. 95 million against 15 kilometers, that is very little money. And it includes installation of culverts, it includes spot graveling, it includes... No, that is very little money. Because if I may ask you, how much was per kilometer in Kayib? In fact, one of the challenges which I wanted to present there was that people tend to compare what we do with other government agencies like CAIP, UNRWA, Dr. Deep in refugee hosting districts, and these other government agencies, whereby for them they are using between 50 to 70 million per kilometer. For us, we are using 8 million, and you want us to have the same output. That is very wrong. So from 95 to 80, 180, still the money is small. We can't achieve first-class Maram Road with 180 million. So other questions I was not around, maybe my colleague can respond to.
Okay. I'm going to respond to a question of adding some roads of Rubaya, supporting Rubaya, and even Kashare.
And others.
And others. And since we are coming to the end of a 5-year development plan, I hope following the systematic procedures, we shall also include those roads in the new 5-year development plan, which will run from 2025 to 2030. Then, about the road of Ruizi Injiro, Uzowa, 4.5 kilometer, being costed at 80 million, and that one of Chibega, Nyakabirizi, 4.9 kilometer being costed at 50 million. That one is based on assessment which is carried out on exactly condition or status of the road, because you find kilometers are less, but there is much to do according to the deterioration of the road at that time. You may find in 4.5 kilometer, we shall do a lot of maram feeding for some good kilometers and even culvert installation, compared to the other one of 4.9, which is at what? At 50 million. I think those are the ones for the roads.
Community.
So thank you, Kao, for giving me an opportunity to respond. One member commented about shifting from Mbarara city to Gizibwera. That one was done. The probation and social welfare office and the labor office has been. We have opened a satellite office in Gizibwera and equipped it with the computers, seats, and internet. So we expect that the probation officer should be one of the probation officers should be sitting in the Gizibwera. That one was done actually in the last financial year. So if he's not going there, we are going to follow up and make sure that he gets some days and sits in the Gizibwera. However, I have noted that most of the time, they are in the Gizibwera, even in the field. Of course, they can't be seated in the office, but at least we have regular activities under probation in the field, but also in the Gizibwera. Then the second concern was about the beneficiaries under the Rural Support Program, not indicating details in the budget framework paper. Of course, we couldn't indicate all the details, would congest the document, but last financial year, we only received 32 million under the Rural Support Program, and only 2 sub-counties benefited. One of them was Bubare sub-county, where we gave funds to Rubingo, civilian veterans family, and then in Rubaya sub-county, where we had a group called Mbarara Goat Rearing Farmers Association. Each of the groups got 15 million. Then the rest of the beneficiary groups did not get the money, and we have resubmitted them to Office of the Prime Minister for consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Engineer, you didn't answer the Mayor Buchiro, Deputy Mayor Buchiro, about urban town councils not getting road fund money. Engineer, road fund money to the new town councils.
For new town councils?
Yes, Buchiro, Yabsirira. For them, they are not getting anything. The sub-counties are not giving them. The district is not giving.
It is countrywide.
So what is their fate?
It's not only Mbarara, it is countrywide. So all new sub-counties and town councils which were created after 2019, they are not receiving that money for road fund. So I think if we could talk to our members of parliament and they discuss it at that level.
No, he had a proposal that why can't you share 1 billion with them?
No, as per the guidelines, it's not allowed.
But we are also targeting roads which are passing through those town councils.
Yes, we do.
When we reach the town council boundary, we don't jump. So that's how you can benefit, but the guidelines do not say 4 million makumi atano oze town council. Konkato antukore nguto zikora town council yawe ni muntu girachi ntubakorera. Hata nkabuchiro sub county mu Rukagumwe nayo ne tongana. Saverius yabuza ngu education, where is the DEO? Tuantombeka training institute. Last year, tukatawe sent. This year, tukatawe sent. What is the fate of the institute?
Thank you, Bwana Kao. And colleagues in the House. You remember the other time, we had also a serious discussion about this nursing college, but we had a challenge first. We had the layout plan, site master plan. So the money that we allocated in this running financial year was to get all those, which is 35.36 million. Then the allocated funds, they are for construction of a 3 classroom block. You cannot open an institution without the shelter. So we are beginning with the infrastructure development, then later we shall plan on how to open the institution. What I can request the members, it is just to have a positive attitude and you believe in us that what we are planning will be beneficial for Mbarara District Local Government. I thank you.
Thank you. We are trying to establish that institution in a phased manner because of resources. Plan tuzine, mpora until when we reach a point when we say we can now advertise and get a partner and maybe open. What was the concern? That the structure is unutilized.
Starting that, I don't know whether the DHO has gone. The DHO would guide us properly because there is no, we are not, the country is no longer giving nursing certificates, like they said. Now, if we are putting up this structure and this institution, how are we going to benefit from it? Yet the nurses are no longer, the category of the nursing, whatever is going to, is no longer working. I
think members, what we are trying to put.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can we stand up a bit? Let's stand up. Who was the Mbarara booster in Kaweweta? Who was in Kaweweta? Mbarara Booster. Can we shake ourselves? Left, right, left, right. Can you turn back? Just turn your face back. Turn your face back, not the whole body of yours. Turn your face back like that. Nabakoza. This is good for you, it's not for me. You're not doing it for me. You're doing it for your health. Okay, let's sit down. Now, good evening once again. Hello. How are you? Good. Can I see the councillors stand? Councillors, the district councillors, can I see you stand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Are you lame, you people? You can't stand? The one raising your hands? God will put your legs down if you don't want to stand. I can just take the person. These are 5, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19? Yes, you can sit. I have a reason to why I'm asking. Can I see the heads of departments around? Uh-huh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many are they supposed to be? 13. Where are the rest? Short call? No. I have a reason to why I'm asking. I've been monitoring and it looks bad for me who is, I can call myself a risk concerned person, to be around to the end and the concerned persons to be absent. Because this is a matter of heads of departments and the councillors. You can imagine support staffs and what are here patiently waiting to the end when the councillors have moved out of the budget conference. The next day, these are the people who will be like our MPs, who passed a motion, who did everything, and then they came back and then said, we did not see it. How did it? Where did it? Who did it? You understand? So I call upon councillors always to be in such things. You ask your questions. I was very happy when councillors asked about the figures they are seeing. That's what you're supposed to be doing, and you're supposed to be attentive. I'm still in that annoying mood. I'm annoyed. I'm one person. I'm a typical Msoga. Typical Basogas are like Bachigas. We talk our minds. I was very not happy but annoyed. You can term the not happy but what? Annoyed. When Councillor Chihonda and the team down there, people were presenting here and there was a meeting down there. I like your team because it's always opening the ears and the eyes of the people. And I expect your team always to be on point. That if a department is presenting here, you are there to quote and note the mistakes in their presentations. But I wasn't happy with the team you are there, the Frembe, the juniors, I noted all of you around where you are still seated. But there are 2 or 3 who have left. There was Junior, there was another person who left. It wasn't very good. Even a person reached here that, can we get back to this? Yet there is adults, councillors, and they are talking when, these are the people you're supposed to screw a lot, the heads of departments. You're supposed to kunyiga hawa, kukaza nati kwa Kiswahili. Unakaza nati kwawa, lakini kama anaongea na nyinyi mnaongea huko, muwezi kaza nati kwawa. When a soldier turns into Swahili, that means he's annoyed. Okay, that one, I've uttered it out and it's gone. I've spoken to adults, and I know that you have picked. I thank the departments which have presented here. Thank you very much. It's not a joking subject to present. And planning is not that easy. For us who have been in such things, we know what it means. Some few concerns. One has been talked about, Mr. Karogo. Campaign 2040 is most based on PDM. Once a parish doesn't have an office, now parish chiefs have files which have got the details of all the persons within the parish. These gentlemen and ladies are moving the bags containing such details. Assume, let it go far. That parish chief is moving, or the parish person is moving with a bag which is containing all the details of the persons who have received the parish development model, the details of the person, you know, hackers people are there. If a person lands with your national ID, he can use it in his way he wants. He can even register a telephone line using the national ID, and then he uses that telephone line his way he wishes. I have not seen it. I have not seen anything looking into that angle of at least having 2 rooms of parish offices. Next time, the department concerned, please look into that. My second issue goes to health department. The one who's sitting in for the DHO. Please, there is some relaxed in your department, a serious one, which is leading to the government to lose money, and then people lose medicine. The last is coming from down. There is no way we as intelligence, capture something which has invoices and request forms for years continuously, where there are forged stamps, where there are forged signatures. When you, the owners of the signatures and stamps, you have not realized that these stamps and signatures are forged. That means that whichever requisition that comes to your office, you just look at it, you don't take a keen look onto the documents and then authorize whatever it is requesting for. This goes to other departments which always get requisitions or documents from your lower departments. Take always a keen look onto those documents so that you are not taken by a whisk to sign and endorse documents which are not called for. In the same angle, that leads to us getting medicine that are not, that medicine which you don't want to use, which are not in use. Do you know that National Medical Store has a budget of disposing of expired medicine? And do you know that within that expired medicine, there are those medicines that we need, which our health center 2s and 3s do not receive. And that budget, it can be like 100 million shillings, cannot be disposed of not until the year ends. And sometimes they can burn something like small quantity of something, and then the 100 million shillings is gone. Are we there? But it's because there is relaxity from down to them. They give us what they give us. They can give you, let us say, 10 tablets of cetamors, yet for you need about 50 tablets of cetamors. But because there is no good monitoring from the grassroots, from these health centers, you just accept, and then you don't know what the other one requested for. So, Bwana DHO, please take a note on that. had a question about recruitment, but Kao has explained it. Parish officer, I'm done. Secondly, or second last, some have two issues too. The heads of departments, do you know that at councillor level, politically, we don't have education standards? Are you aware, heads of departments? So anytime you are writing a document, put into consideration that you either write into that person who is not educated. Are we together? To that person who is not totally what? Educated. And to some few who are educated. Where am I going? I'm going onto the issue which I told Peter here. These issues of putting alphabets in your documents is a syndrome to health. You find PHS, ADG, PAPAPA, 222, that they can write a document full of alphabet. And I tell you, even if you get a medical worker down there at the health center to ask him or her, what does PHS mean? She will look at you like she is not in the department. So, as you write in those documents, I know, if you have alphabets, you can have a key somewhere, then say PHS means this one. PAPS. Now what is PAPS? There is a presenter who was presenting here, SWADP. Is it SWADP? It is SWR something. What is your abbreviation, boss? No. First say it in abbreviation. Swarat? No, just say it as you pronounce it when it's in abbreviation. Now, I want anybody who can, let me see how many people who can say it in full around here. Raise your hands. Raise your hands if you can say it in full. Have you seen, gentlemen? Do you know that you didn't talk to any among around these people? You talked to 1 or 0 point something. There are only two, her and him. And you now. This one is a board member. Yeah. The other one is in the department. So you did not talk to anyone. Alex, are you boycotting my speech? And Severius? Are you doing what you did to the council that you're moving out? We don't have a sergeant at arm there to stop those people there. It's a sign of indiscipline when somebody is talking and then you move out. By the way, to tell you something, I'm a well-trained soldier, and the way discipline is paramount. And I pray that you all people take your children, at least they gain that small military training, they can be disciplined. It's very, very difficult for a soldier to do something of that kind. So abbreviations, please, heads of departments, I know you want to shorten your life, but please, you can put the abbreviation there and put in bracket. Or you can put the abbreviation in bracket and put the elaborated issue in full there. We have these institutions in our district, the Rentanga. I'm one parent who is now against taking a child as senior 5, senior 6. I've said this, I will continue to say this, that let us utilize these institutions of current, these other formal education, simanyi sijui senior 5, senior 6, simanyi university, they are no longer of any advantage. The advantage, education is hands-on education. Hands-on what? Education. Let us utilize these institutions in our areas. Let us, principal, at what level do you recruit your students? You don't have that docket of P7 leavers? But there are those institutions around. Definitely. Please utilize those institutions. Hands-on education is better than the other form of education of ours. Shifting of offices, we've been told that there are some people who shifted the offices. Chairman, I don't know what you are waiting for. We painted your office. We cleaned your area. The office is there. I don't know why the chairman, you're not bringing services near to the persons. We are going to Kalulu. You people, we get tired when people come to our office and we have to send them to Kamukuzi. The serious, those departments which are needed on ground, please come and utilize those 3 buildings which are there. Some are being used by policemen, they are sleeping there, yet they are supposed to be your buildings. Me, I won't hesitate to tell a policeman to leave a room, and then I get an office within that place. Come and utilize those rooms. Lastly, I want to talk about this road 1 billion issue. It has costed, it has put us, when I say us, I'm meaning Mbarara because I'm part of Mbarara now. It has put us on other levels, but the problem is not the way the money was utilized. The problem was not the persons talking, not engaging in planning for that money. I don't know if I'm got clearly. The persons complaining, not engaging in planning for that money. If you're a councillor and they are talking about working on the road in your area, I think you're supposed to engage yourself to be part and parcel of planning for that road works. Then you will be knowing that we need culverts of this size. They will be knowing that we are going to we are leveling, we are upgrading a wetland to a certain level. You will know that this space needs about 5 sinotracks or elifs of soil. You know the type, once you get to know the type of culverts, you know the price of the culverts. And then your politicians, they've told you quality or quantity. They've asked you quality or quantity. Both. But if you take quality, it's you councillors, Bwana Speaker, who will require that within the whole year, they only did on 1 road. Because a year, that 1 billion, if they, as he has made the calculations, that 1 billion can work on 20 kilometers. If you look at the 20 kilometers, it can be just like a busy way after somewhere, and then the 1 billion is what? Is gone. But we have a district which has over 50 roads. Me, I'm of the view that you engage yourselves in the planning period, okay? After engaging yourselves in planning period, you even monitor the works as they are taking place. Once you monitor and you engage yourself in the movements, you can even tell that, Bwana grader driver, please, you've not graded well here. Or make it slipper so that this water can do what? Because you know your area better than this man who is grading the road. But you don't engage yourself in the works. You don't engage yourselves in planning. At the end, you come back to blame. I don't know. The problem we have is that our voters are not good at blaming the right persons. But if they were good at blaming the right persons, they will be blaming you more than the government. And the problem is, they are not blaming you, but for you know who to blame. But for them on ground, they don't know who to do what? Who to blame. If they were very wise, the way they vote, the way they don't know who to vote, they don't know who to blame. If it's a district road, they know that it's their councillor to blame. And then the fire, let the fire begin from down. And you come with your members. During the time of, during the time of this budget in the parliament, I advised the people to go and knock their member of parliaments. They are the one who passed the budget. Instead of blaming the government, they should do what? Blame the persons who passed the budget. So if our voters knew that it's you always who is in the budget process, who is supposed to monitor the works, they would be blaming you, and the fire is taken to the person in what? In levels. Ladies and gentlemen, in a day, we've had a lot. We thank the Lord that He has managed. He has made us manage this day. Whatever I've said it for God and my country. If I've said any wrong to you, just come and then I justify. Take the good ones from me and be always blessed. I wish you what you wish me. I take this honor. Adjourn the conference.
Thank you. Can we give another round of applause to the RDC? Thank you, Mbarara RDC. Now you remain seated in your places. Administrative announcements. Accounts, please come and, in order to have order, let's have about 5 people giving transport refund to the members. Some bit of music as they move around. We don't want one person to pay. Takuza msakurara.